We're going to break down the week ahead day by day, and we're going to take it through all the 12 zodiac signs so that you know exactly what to expect, the best we can do in a general reading. You guys, having the video come out on Friday for your week ahead, that was definitely the move when I did it that one time. So that's what I'm going to be aiming for. However, you guys know, golden oldies know, I just do what I'm told. And you guys know I'm such a psycho freak about honesty and truth. So if I don't get any downloads for Capricorn, I don't do any Capricorn tarot readings. Likewise for everything else. So how are you? How have you guys freaking been? This week ahead, I'm calling the week Virgo new moon your new favorite thing, because we're finally in eclipse season. I love eclipse seasons. That's when you want to focus on timeline jumping and not manifesting, okay? You guys are going to have the new moon video. My patrons already had it for like ever now, but you guys are going to get it on YouTube soon, like Sunday or Monday or something. This is going to be the week that you want to build up, build out, construct your new favorite thing. This could be some kind of pet project, a cleaning project, an organizational project. I'm going to have a lot of, I have stuff like, you know, there's kind of stuff everywhere, like in different cities and all across Chicagoland. So I'm getting like some of my stuff back, and I'm kind of looking forward to, you know, going through this stuff. I just love to pilfer through my own old things. Put me in, you know, an antique store, a thrift store, park me in front of your grandma's junk drawer, happy as a clam, Cancer rising. So anything that needs that kind of, you know, doing bead work, making little jewelry, doing coding, writing code, writing words, story structure, you know, anything that you know, need to use that kind of sense with, you're gonna fall in love with it. It's gonna be your new favorite thing. That's the week ahead in a nutshell, But first, you guys have to get through the, let's see, so this is going to be coming out Friday. So this is going to be the balsamic moon energy. What do I always say? I always say, don't freak out about your life on a dark moon. So basically, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is dark little moon energy. And the energies are very, very low because we're getting ready for the new beginning of the Virgo new moon on Monday the 2nd. So in your overall context, I just want you to take all the pressure off going into the weekend and like just chill. Just let yourself psychologically release this like sensory overloaded full moon. I don't know about you guys, but that Cazimi, and I love Cazimis. I love Mercury Cazimis. That Cazimi knocked me on my ass. That was a Cazimi that I was preparing for my entire life. To be able to get it, to be able to perceive and understand. So my Mercury Cazimi, that was on a Sunday. That was an all day. I've never experienced this before in my entire life, but it was this all day cosmic webinars, my term, that's what comes up when I'm trying to think about it. And it was all day communication. And that's what was different for me, because when I'm doing, you know, like a reading or a channeling, it's like truncated. Maybe it goes like 45 minutes or an hour or something. Or, you know, with a client session, it's 30 minutes to an hour. So to have this kind of psychic, you know, communication going back and forth all day. And I'm a Cancer ascendant, Capricorn sun, Aquarius moon. So they were psychic houses, but it was just a lot. It was just a lot. I mean, like a lot. Like I said, it hit me, blindsided me, because I looked ahead at all of my transits throughout the Mercury retrograde, like for my chart. And so what you want to do, looks great. It was all great, positive energy. So I was like, oh, it's gonna be great. But remember when I said before that the trine aspect in astrology, you don't want to judge it good or bad, because all it really means is that there's nothing stopping the energy. Normally it's beautiful, happy, easy, harmonious, things falling in your lap and, you know, things being brought to your doorstep kind of energy. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Especially when you have like the positive, happy planets involved in the happy signs. That 𝚃𝚎𝚕 was just one of those days where it was the other truth. That all it meant was there was this like ease of flow psychically, and had nothing to do with anything in my life, had nothing to do with like, you know, relationship or a job or it had nothing like that. This was something completely else. It was something completely else. And then, very strange, that was Sunday, and then that Friday, so at the end of 2021, the angel oracle deck, Metatron, I started working with Metatron at the end of 2021 to master my reality. And I came under his guidance and tutelage, and I felt like I needed that symbol, you know, that sigil. So got the ring. And that Friday, after the 𝚃𝚎𝚕, he said, "You're done." And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "You're," because I woke up that morning and immediately sort of felt this like discomfort, like it had to be off. And the best thing that I can liken this to is, as an example, and I know you guys have had this before. So before Gia passed, we got her a new dog bed, and she wouldn't sit in it, she wouldn't lay in it. She would get in and immediately come out. Like, it's like sitting on a seat and then you get right up immediately. She knew she was going to pass, and that dog bed was going to be like my mother's new dog's bed, and that he was going to like just soak up his little energy all up into that bed. But my psychic little Gia knew that already. And so she just kind of felt and knew that it wasn't her bed, you know, it wasn't her vibe. And so that's like the best thing that I can like explain this to you. It's like, it just felt like, and he told me, he's like, "You're done." Did not feel like I was done at all. It did not make any sense. I was like, I'm I've made progress. I've been continuing in the forward direction, but like, I don't think I'm done learning from you, is what I was trying to say. And you're like, "No, watch." And now that we're in the balsamic moon phase, and we are psychologically releasing this crazy full moon, not just the full moon, by the way, I keep saying that, but we're releasing the entire month of August. We're releasing the entire moon cycle. And that's what happens on every dark moon, every month, a couple of days a month, we're in a dark moon. Every day for 3 days out of the month, we're on a full moon. Every month for a few days, we're on a balsamic. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, this is part of the cycles, natural cycles of life. That's why I tell you, just don't freak out about anything this weekend. Just have a nice time. Take the pressure off. So I'm recording this Thursday, August the 29th. And by now, since the 𝚃𝚎𝚕 and Metatron, the last day of Metatron's ring, I get it. I get what I get it. I get it. So, there's that. How are you? And guys, mastering reality is not all it's cracked up to fucking be. It really isn't. I'm a comedy writer. I'm like the clown of the cosmos. I'm just gonna make surrealist satire. It's like really, guys, like just enjoy as much of the smallest moments in your life. That's my report. That if you were to entertain everything I just said, just entertain it, that is the takeaway that I want you to take seriously more than everything else, is to enjoy the smallest moments of your life. It's your life. You show up to it, and those that can enjoy the smallest of moments and really have the consciousness to recognize that this moment is small but meaningful, that it's quiet and tiny, but I'm fully here in it. Like those people, they got it. They got it. They've got it. And I would even consider them, if depending on if they have the balance, master of reality. So I don't want you to equate this with like just telekinesis and psychic feats. That's not total mastering reality. Just like we've talked about how you've got to have mental strength and mental health to support and help your psychic ability. That's why you get, spiritual psychosis and people completely snap. So, it's, speaking of mastering reality, perfect segue to the Virgo energy of the new moon. So you're psychologically releasing this entire month, and you're resting, it's over, it's done. You're gearing up for your new favorite thing. Your new favorite thing. Let's talk about Monday, the 2nd of September. On Monday, we have at 18:55, and I'm using the 24-hour time, it's just easier, Pacific time, we have the Virgo new moon. It is at 11 degrees. It is opposing Saturn at 16 degrees retrograde in Pisces. This is getting started on your next thing. This is getting a new thing. I would say, depending on what that thing is, if you can accomplish it solo, privately, you want to do that. So this is on a dark moon, it's great for what's happening energetically is that like the seed, the cosmic seed. Let's say this, I'm a writer, so I'm going to use writer examples. Let's say this is like an idea for, a movie or something. That new moon in Virgo is going to be the day, the moment, or around that time, maybe Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, but it's going to be when that idea is like riding on 8 hertz of Earth's frequency. It's like riding on a wave. Boop, 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 boop. It crosses over you, and you're like already doing some new moon ritual, or you're folding your laundry, or you're doing something Virgoan, or just hanging out. Maybe you're just like taking a nap, but you're resting. It's a down time, and then shit plops into you. But maybe there's more, and maybe it wants to like grow and augment and stuff. That's why you want to give like a couple of days after a new moon before you start to put it into like physical action, and start to take what's happening inside and put it out into outward reality for others to observe and interact with. So Monday, that new moon, like I said, you might want to get started on this thing, and you can, if it's like very internal, that would be great for like meditation, or even, okay, like for instance, perfect example. So last month's new moon in Leo, that day is when I came across the Mary Magdalene, this book's like review on TikTok, and I found like Mary Magdalene TikTok. And so that was when I discovered it, that was the seed. But then I didn't, then you'd have to like order it. Then you have to wait to get the book. Then you get the book, and then you start reading it. Then you start highlighting, and but you know what I'm saying? So there's like a whole thing after it. But that new moon, boop, dropped it right in. So just see what comes up. There's also Mercury, the ruler of the new moon, making the last trine to Chiron in Aries. It's a separating aspect, so it's already happened by that point. I think it happened Sunday, the day before. So this entire weekend, so good for healing, so good for feeling good, so good for, I would say, like, you could finally, part of the healing is being able to move forward because of the healing. So it's like healing for healing, and then it's healing because you get to move forward, you get to move beyond it, you get to let it be, let it go, you know, and like, you know, whatever these things and these issues happen to be in the Leo areas of our life, in the Aries area of our lives. So it's going to feel good. Now, this is also the square to Uranus as well. It's applying. We're still on the new moon. It's applying. You guys are going to have a whole new moon video, but it's applying in the square to Uranus. So we're moving on, but we're feeling probably more in control of the progress, or at least just more comfortable and accepting of the changes that are happening. At 20:55 PST, Mars at 28 degrees of Gemini squares Neptune, 28 degrees of Neptune in Pisces retrograde. Okay, so what you're going to hear all of the astro pop girlies say is like deception. It's the, you know, be careful of, actually, this is such a Jeffrey Dahmer energy. I remember on a Mars square Neptune, everyone got obsessed with that Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix stuff. So, you know, and absolutely there could be, you know, deceptions and lies and, you know, all of these things. However, that would be low vibe Neptune. And if that's the case, it would be really easy to spot, because it's not just going to be like people just losing their minds all of a sudden. This would be people that are already inconsistent, people that already suffer from mental health issues, people that already suffer from addiction, people that have a long history of something debilitating, or they already have a history of lying behavior. They already have a history of, you know, flightiness, or if it's a health issue, it's a pre-existing condition. So this is Neptune at the very end of Pisces. So this is a very concentrated energy. So what I'm going to tell you is, with Mars coming into this square, Mars crossed Jupiter in August. Mars and Jupiter and Gemini, it's been kind of interesting. So Mars, boom, like the last big thing that Mars is doing, it's saying that we have to act, protect, or defend, probably with our words or in writing in some way, shape, or form. Maybe this is like a contract negotiation or some kind of agreement that you're putting together for you and your child, or you and Mrs. Tenancies, or, you know, whatever it has to be. There has to be some kind of protection of what's precious, so that Neptunian energy could actually stand to be attacked or criticized, or just sort of like, or invalidated. It could even be like, you know, word attack and invalidating it. So this could be that someone is this could really even be that there's like really bad trolling or really bad, you know, misogyny online and tearing someone down, or misinjury, tearing a guy down, or, you know, like it could be some kind of very malicious attack. It could be a verbal thing, it could be written, it could be online, it could be internet, it could be anything communications related, hacking, of course. But in your personal private sphere, Monday night, and kind of like throughout the whole weekend, I've covered this already, but just for the context, just keep that in mind, that throughout this entire weekend that you will need to keep your wits about you. I always say that, but like keep your wits about you so that you can tell like the difference. You can tell, you know, if someone's trying to egg you on in a fight or something, they might be the Neptune, and you might need to say, you know what, I need a boundary with you. I'm not hanging out with you today. Or if they're super passive aggressive, you don't need to respond to people. You don't need to even tell them, I'm not hanging out with you today, or I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to say that if they're just trying to poke you into a reaction, any attention. So when kids are growing up, we do things for attention to survive. So kids do negative things for negative attention. They'll do positive things for positive attention. They just train, they get what's going to get me the most attention? What's going to get me fed? What's going to get me what I want? And so, yeah, people that don't care about being a self-aware consciousness or personal growth or whatever. One of the worst things is when people just get what they want all the time and they have no, they don't get it. So, this is just try to keep your wits about you. There's a lot happening, especially on Sunday already without the Mars Neptune. There's Pluto stationing retrograde. Uranus stationing retrograde and Pluto retrograding back into Capricorn. I'm looking forward to this one. I need it. I need it. I need the power. I'm excited for this. I'm very excited. So there's a lot happening already. So you want to keep your wits about you, but like I said, you don't need to answer someone's need of your attention, because Neptune could this is like someone wasting your time on purpose to keep you away from something else, or to, this could be like you have, some kind of, I don't know, a service or product, and they take more, or they go longer, or they, you know what I'm saying? This could be like, and that's what the most easy. And when you're starting out, when we're starting astrology, if you're starting to learn astrology, that's what you want to do. You want to keep it super simple. You want keywords. You want simple images. You want personal examples. And then you build on that from there, and you grow, and your interpretations will become more complex, especially when you have, like we have, like huge banks of client charts and Zoom sessions and so many stories of people, that they're telling you what's going on. You get to see how it all works, and your mind puts it all together. So honestly, you guys, when AI when AI are the astrologers, that'll be my ChatGPT updated its memory when I said something. I was like, oh, you're remembering what I like. So that'll be very interesting. Anyway, okay, so I want you to look at it that way. I want you to look at this as just be aware and just be cognizant if someone's needy or dependent or confused or whatever, or if you have something that is precious to you that you love, you may have to defend it. You might have to stand up for it. So the positive expression of this is this, like, it's not Joan of Arc because it's not masculine. She's not, this would be, what's like, okay, Jesus Christ, wow. It would be like that kind of energy where you're doing something for humanity. You're doing something for the good of the collective. You're doing something to help the little guy. That's like the good way you want to use this energy. And the negative is going to be like being very confused, delusional, Jeffrey Dahmer fantasies, and and then taking action to make that real, to protect that, to do that. And so people are going to have very different perceptions. You might be like, oh, and they might be like, so it's like, don't even argue, because when someone, whether it's a message, whether it's a call, whatever it happens to be, that's a potential energy exchange, but you don't have to answer it. When you answer that, then you're saying, I'm approving of this energetic exchange and this interaction, and the flow is happening, back and forth is happening. So even if you think you're saying no, when you're putting up a boundary, I don't think they're gonna take no for an answer. So I'm gonna recommend just don't say anything, because they could wrap you up for minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years, spooling you all this, so much talking and not saying anything. But what did they steal from you? Your time, your energy. So they cross your time boundaries, your energy boundaries, your attention boundaries. But maybe you think you're not letting them cross any boundaries because you're not giving them, money they asked for, or you're not doing the favor they asked for. But they're actually stealing something from you. They're stealing like your essence, your life force. And you know what I'm saying? So it's like, you just want to be this is for protecting what's precious, for creativity, for spirituality. and protecting your peace. Okay? Okay. That's basically Monday. And because of the low energy, Monday, I would say that's such a great day to just chill and do like the top, write your list, do the time boxing, dump everything, pull out the top 3 things, like the top 3 priorities that must get done today, and then just do those top 3 things and protect your peace. If something online is bothering you, disconnect. If something in the neighborhood is bothering you, stay inside. You know what I'm saying? Like, just be extra careful with yourself. Tuesday, the 3rd of November, we have the moon in Virgo making the opposition to Saturn retrograde in Pisces. Something about the current circumstances are bringing in tools or information or conversations, data to stabilize the Pisces area of life. Honestly, you guys, I was working on Saturn Salon, and it was after the Cazimi, and it was too, I can't. So some of it's in the Virgo new moon video, and some of it's going to be in the Pisces lunar eclipse video. But I don't know if it's just because I'm a Capricorn and Saturn ruled, but if you literally look at the chart and the astrology through those eyes, through the Saturn eyes and the agenda, and if you mobilize everything else to stabilize Saturn, that's like the key that unlocks, it makes everything make sense. So you know how you see like astrologers be like, there's so much happening. How do I even pull this apart? How do I even delineate this? What has more importance? My first astrologer that I ever saw, she had like a point system. And I'm not mathematically inclined. So I looked at it as weighted votes, like a board of planets and signs and houses and department heads and weighted votes representing these different areas. So it's like every astrologer, and there's different like systems. So I'm just proposing it, just throwing that out there, just sharing what I do, because (1645) is when Venus will conjoin the South Node at 6 degrees of Libra on Tuesday, the 3rd of September. So relationship issues are resurfacing. You want to focus on releasing any kind of superficiality that may be present. There may be tensions underneath if there's like the going along to get along type of stuff happening, and that might be uncomfortable. Here's the thing. You want to balance this relationship issue, and that's the occasion to do it on Tuesday, or you've got to let it go, the relationship. This could be a relationship to another person, or it could be a relationship to food, or working out, or taking out the trash, or how you do your day, or your workout routine, like your relationship to something, but probably, or even just like your ideas about relationships, your relationship to your relationships, your ideas about relate, you know what I'm trying to say. So this is really important. That's a highlight, because like I said, eclipse season gonna be a thing, which means that there is pressure on this. This is like, let it go, or lest ye be dragged by the universe, is how the level of seriousness that we're at for this. And you're going to be tasked with more so the cardinal sign. So if you are Capricorn, Cancer, Libra, Aries, Sun, Moon, risings, for everyone, but double weighted vote for the cardinal signs, you may specifically be challenged with the decision, the free will decision to stay with someone that you know that you're not meant to be with long term, and for whatever reason, that's an option, to stay with someone you know you're not really meant to be with. Maybe there's someone that like works for you and you're like, oh my God, like for whatever reason, you're like, oh, I need to let this person go, but oh, I think I'd rather just see them all day, every day, the rest of my life, rather than have that conversation and let them go. It could be something like that. Or of course, it could be romantic or with a friendship, but whatever it is, but you're not meant for like a long-term thing, you're not meant to be. for whatever reason, stay or leave. But here's something that may help you make this decision. Venus was with the South Node before in Libra, November the 29th of 2023. So you had the same opportunity. You had the same, there was something coming up that wasn't completely, if anything was forced, that's wrong. That's, running the opposite direction of whatever you're forcing. Okay. Clearly. But this is, go back to that time and look to the Libra area of life. Did you balance it? November 29th, 2023, that thing came up. Did you figure it out? Did you balance it? Because you should be in a good spot now, a whole year later. Or did you not balance it? And you're like, I'm just going to see you all day, every day for the rest of my life. And I'm just going to do your job for you because I can't spend 10 minutes to let you go. And did you just stay with that thing, that person, that situation for this entire year? And if you did it get better? Did it work out? Did it just magically change? Oh, it didn't? It's exactly the same problems. I told you guys, people are not going to do anything. People are going to do what they want to do. Astrology doesn't mean anything's going to magically happen to you. And this is something that I learned after Metatron let me go. And I'm like, can you even do that? As a teacher, just okay, you're done. That was so weird. But it was after that happened that I realized why he did that. It was this last big lesson that he taught me. Now I was like, oh, so honestly, it's so good for my mental health to be student and teacher. I love learning. I love being the new baby learning stuff. Also the Stoa app, the Stoicism app. Now with that kind of stuff, I'll binge it for 6 weeks and then I won't open it for 6 months. So that's why it's anyway. So that's your Tuesday, relationship issues. And it's pretty serious because of the moon opposing Saturn. The circumstances can bring right up for you. So there's that. Wednesday, the 4th of September, 10:50, Mars at 29 degrees of Gemini, 𝚃𝚑𝚎𝚢, Pluto at 29 degrees of Capricorn. Someone may have to speak truth to power or take some kind of action. And if you are doing anything, you really kind of just want to be very clever. This is you may need to use your wits and your words and make a new inroad. Mars at the very last degree of Gemini here, it's communicating something or saying something, or you know what I'm saying? There's some kind of effortful push, and it's to transform. It's to change something into something else, but with the words, and it's helping to overhaul and finish the huge artwork of a transformation that Pluto has been doing in Capricorn since 2008. Exciting. 9/11, the moon moves into Libra. That's just going to center relationships and developments in relationships for the next few days. 12:46, Mars moves into Cancer. That's a big vibe shift. That's a pretty big vibe shift on Wednesday. Also, because we have the moon and Mars both moving into Libra and then a square. So moon, I think, will be at 1 degree of Libra, and then Mars moves in. Big vibe shift. Mars in Cancer is very protective. We're gonna get to the Mars retrograde in another video, but right now it's the vibe shift on Wednesday. You have to protect your new thing. You have to, if you are building a Lego den in your bedroom and your roommate, brother, sister, cousin, whatever, is criticizing the Lego fort, and then bad-mouthing it, being very derogatory, and then throwing stuff at it. Like they're taking progressive steps against your Lego fort. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like that Mars in Cancer is the boundary. And remember that Mars energy and anger itself is there to protect us. It tells us when our boundaries are being pushed on or outright crossed. And that's what Mars is doing in Cancer. So it's angry crying, Mars in Cancer, or Cancer men just like angry tears, angry criers. Could be a lot of angry tears. And watch a movie. Like if you are an emotional person, very sensitive person, you're probably very psychic, and you have all this like excess emotionalism. And for me and mom growing up, it was movies, watching movies, cry your little eyes out. It's safe, you know? Okay, but it's also very attractive and it's very creative. Mars in Cancer individuals usually find the concept of conception, possible conception, to be part of the arousal or part of the attraction. So that could be a thing for, it depends, but there is something attractive about any kind of energy being protective of what they love and using that beautiful masculine energy the right way. And when we see that, we're like, holy shit. Just like when, okay, honestly, toxic femininity is so ingrained and it's so normalized. It's inbred. It's like woven into every part of society and in every like freaking family and culture. Like it's kind of crazy. It's rampant. But when you see a feminine that is not toxic, when you see like a healthy feminine or even a divine feminine, whoa, you know what I'm saying? So I'm interested. I'm interested to see what comes of that. But the square to the moon in Libra, it's the exact opposite of what Libra deems like appropriate. You know, this would be like, you know, it's really hard. Everyone is so different that it's a hard one to call, because you could be, maybe you and your family are at a public outing or a game, or you're going to see the kids play a thing or a show or something, and then something happens with, they get into some kerfuffle with some other kids, and then the parents are like scolding your kid or you're scolding their kid and the other parents have a problem, or there might be a social situation that someone feels like, oh, don't say that, don't do that, that's not proper, we'll talk about it at home. You know, there might be like that energy of the day, but then there's going to be the Mars in Cancer that's like, no, you're not talking to my kid like that, you're not going to talk to my kid like that, you're not going to talk to my kid like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that mama bear, like, you know, but masculine because it's Mars. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's going to be very different because everyone's different. So it's like, how comfortable do you feel? And what's the right thing to do? Because this could also just be hurt feelings. This could be very, very hurt feelings. People are touchy. People are just like irritable and way over, I don't want to say oversensitive, but just super sensitive. And there just might be something about the situation that you just can't act like that. You just can't, you know, so I don't know what it's going to be. I can't do any better than that on a general reading, but for some of you, you gotta, and just swallow it down, you know, and process it later. But some of you really do need to stand on business and take care of business. So 2242, the moon meets the south node at 6 degrees of Libra. Something with that Tuesday to Wednesday, this moon in Libra and then Venus in Libra, it's like, you know, there's stuff here. So Wednesday night, it looks like there might be like a behavioral or like a relational adjustment that it's like, and there could be like, you know, just letting go of something. It could even be like mentally, it's a, you know, a situation, a grudge, a dynamic between two people, you know? So it's like, there's something there, and it's going to hit on something from Tuesday, maybe like a little bit of a follow-up, like a part 2 of Tuesday. Maybe if you're closing something out in the Libra area of your life on Tuesday, maybe there's just like more of that closing out on Wednesday. Thursday, the 9th, the 5th of September, geez Louise. Thursday, the 5th of September at 2:11, we have the moon meeting Venus in Libra. If you're awake at that time, these are all Pacific Standard Time. A little bit of an upswing, like maybe there's a little bit of soothing or better understanding, or maybe someone's coming around to compromise or to make some, maybe, but maybe it's just to make someone feel better, which is not what we're trying to do with South Node and Libra energy. Also on Thursday at 18:11, moon in Libra, 𝚃𝚗𝚎, Saturn and Pisces. Very, very interesting. That's kind of like Tuesday when the moon opposed Saturn and Venus crossed the South Node. So now we have moon with Venus and then moon 𝚃𝚗𝚎 Saturn. So moon 𝚃𝚗𝚎 Saturn. Okay, so if there's like a relationship thing, if there's something you're working out Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday could be the day that any apologies or forgiveness or compromise or understanding are put to the test. Let's see it on its feet. Let's see it walk around. I forgot to say this. Okay, so from Thursday onward, we're in the crescent moon. So it's like we're doing things, you know, we're in our new favorite thing, and we're putting everything where we want it, and we're doing stuff. Friday, the 6th of September at 1:08, the moon in Libra trines Jupiter and Gemini. That's nice. That's like social, that's like fresh social air. Be light, don't be serious. I feel like we finally get permission to lighten up and just enjoy. You know, things are really heavy at home. It might feel nice to just go to the coffee shop and have a superficial conversation with the barista about absolutely nothing important. It might feel good. You know what I'm saying? So that could be nice. 7:37, we have the moon in Libra opposing Chiron and Aries. I feel like we're very, like, probably hyper aware of wounding because we're in pain of it, wound, 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 or we're very hyper aware of wounding because we're healing and because it doesn't hurt anymore. But we're just thinking about, like, wow, that really did hurt. And we're so far from that now. And, you know, it just might be a reminder of old wounds, but because you're healing and because it actually could feel kind of good. That's subjective. I actually always say that the healing hurts so much worse than the wound. That's just me. Okay, so 1627, Mercury at 27 degrees of Leo sextiles the moon at 27 degrees of Libra. That's helping communication happen. It's very positive for meetings and discussions, collaborations. 1641, moon in Libra 𝚃𝚗𝚎 Uranus at 27 degrees of Taurus. This is interesting. I feel like having to learn to relate better to accommodate the Uranian disruption to established structures in order to make them better and elevate them since 2018. So this would be using more PC terms and respecting women on the job, respecting men on the job, respecting everyone's free individual, like just being, that's what I would say. I would say Friday, be, you know, it's a relational adjustment. You know, like there could be some, that Friday is the last pivot. This is the last, let me finish. Okay, so on Friday, the 6th of September, 2108, we have Mercury at 27 degrees of Leo making their final square to Uranus at 27 degrees of Taurus. So this is peak energy. This is the last one. This is the last little curveball or surprise or adjustment to something that you thought was going to happen or go a certain way. Oh. What is that? Of what you thought was going to go a certain way mid-July. Mid-July. It's been, I know, pivot after pivot, change after change, but this is the last, this is like, oh, wow. Wow. You know, it's peak, great, wonderful, healing, comfortable changes happening energy. So I know it's a square, but it can be really great. But you got to like loosen up and be like, what has this big crazy retrograde taught you from like mid-July? It's going to go till September 11th, but feeling better immediately as soon as yesterday, August the 28th on Wednesday. That was what it was about. That was what the retrograde, the whole reason why we had to go back to the scene of the crime. So this is like making a change based off of new information, based off of a new understanding, an elevated understanding, and a greater appreciation for that part, for the Leo area of our lives and the Leo part of ourselves. It's not just the areas of life, it's that part of ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I used to be so judgy about zodiac signs. Like I grew up with my mother with the tarot cards, with astrology and stuff. So I was very small being exposed to all of this. And I just remember being so judgy about other signs and only wanting to read Capricorns. And like now the elevated understanding is that we're all of it. You can't have a judgment about other signs because that's part of you. It's part of your consciousness. They're part of your consciousness. You have that consciousness that you have to integrate into yourself. So there's that. So look at it that way. You've have a new value, a new appreciation, new sense of self-worth, an elevated product, a better team, or more wisdom, or, you know, something like that. And this is like an adjustment that I want you to just go into it with an open mind. 2208, we have the moon in Libra squaring Pluto in Capricorn. That could be a changing of the guard. That could be a power struggle. That could be, what's interesting is like that Mercury Uranus square, with it being Leo, the sign of like entertainment or attention or even like fame or celebrity. Pluto would be like the money, you know, that would be like the power. That would be the, you know, but this Libra and this moon in Libra is like, it's almost like a wrestle for creative control, but the one that wants more control or to have anything to do with it is not the talent, they're not the power, they're not the money. So then it's not Mercury and Leo that's they're the creative one. They're the one that can do this, or that's where your heart is, or that's what you want, or that's your new healthcare routine, or that's your new skincare, or whatever. And it's not Uranus, big heavyweight Uranus, that's trying to completely up level that area of life. It's not Pluto, that is the inherent power. It's dinky little moon in Libra. So I don't know who's who. It's almost like someone wants a title. Or maybe they want to believe in themselves that they're doing more, but everyone around them is like, bro just wants like a title, you know? So I don't know. This could be a relational turning point to help people be more comfortable with the new, but it does look like there's like, I don't know. I don't think it'll be possible to make everybody happen. Make everybody happen. That's a psychic slip for someone out there. I don't think it'll be possible to make it all happen on Friday because I still didn't say what I was trying to say. I'm trying to say, I don't think it'll be possible to make everybody happy on Friday. What were the two things I said? Make everyone happen and make everybody, I don't even know what I said. Back to Friday. So in Friday, we have a 𝚘. So back to 2208, moon squares Pluto. There's a 𝚘 aspect that forms. And the apex is that 29-degree Libra moon. And it's with the other two planets are Uranus and Pisces. So it's like, that's why I don't think people are going to be super Like, it's just not going to be some perfect. Let me put it this way. This is fate and destiny here with the yacht aspect. This is a turning point for the collective. And you want to keep that kind of in mind. So it's like power struggles. There's going to be a lot of, with Pluto going back into Capricorn Sunday, September the 1st until November the 19th. This is the last, on like the global situation, the last mad grabs for power that we're going to see on the world stage as, you know, things fall. So that'll be interesting. So I would expect Friday to be a little bit of a power struggle day for people. Then at 22:18 Pacific time, the moon enters Scorpio. Tell me how you really feel. Like, it's going to be like the gloves are off. People are going to be feeling so black and white. People are going to be feeling like that moon in Libra was like kind of trying to keep it together, like the veneer of civility, that decorum, you know, but on one hand, you can't go too far with that and overcompromise and let people take advantage. But on the other side, you got to know what's appropriate and have good timing and be well spoken. But the moon moves into Scorpio, and it's like the world just turns black and white. So people are going to be having hard feelings about whatever this is. But not you. Not you. Because you have the secrets. So for you, the Scorpio moon is going to be, for me, okay, so I know that not everyone's comfortable with like big, deep feelings, but like to me, it's like thick chocolate cake with thick chocolate frosting. Or my favorite little Starbucks, what you call it, it's like a chocolate brownie with like chocolate chips. And I'll take like a chocolate fucking drizzle. Like, you know, it's just very rich. So moon in Scorpio, it's just rich. It's rich and thick and dense and moist and flavorful and like dark, and you know what I'm saying? So it's like, if you like that, if you like chocolate cake, you're gonna, if you like feeling deep feelings, then put on some deep movie, put on freaking Titanic or something, and let yourself, or you know, an action movie, and get all like jacked up, but like get yourself, you know, let yourself feel it out through entertainment. But some people are going to be feeling like bitter, resentful, angry, whatever. And it could be, depending on kind of like how this week is playing out for you guys, like some people need to like defend what's precious and say boundary, 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 boundary. I'm not going to let you fuck with my girlfriend, boyfriend, family, kids, parents, brother, sister, you know, take your pick. Or some other people this week are going to be told that. So other people this week are going to be kind of assigned to a job, or assigned to a role, or assigned to a place, and they might resent that. That's all. And it's not even going to be like the assignment is going to be like the people in your lives. Some of it, yeah, but some of it with the yacht and with all this like finger of God stuff, like it's just fate and destiny. Like some people, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just, it's a turning point. It's a very big turning point. People are just going to be, if there's anyone that has like really hard feelings at the end of the week, Friday night, then what they should do, or if it's you and you're watching and you're like, what the fuck? You know, at the end of the week and Friday night, and the moon in Scorpio, you're just like, I don't want your fucking cake, Natalie. You know, and you're just like really crunchy about it. This is what you should do. This is what I do. This is what I did. This is how, this is the path. Okay. Is to follow the clues of why you're choosing this vehicle to experience that feeling. Why are you searching out experiences that reconfirm your feeling of rejection, your feeling of bitterness, your feeling of jealousy, your feeling of lack, your feeling of not worthy, not good enough, dirty, excrement? Scorpio rules like the this. It's like, you know, it's like, so it's like you may feel, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but like, why especially if this is a pattern, especially if this has happened before, especially if this is a repeat disappointment or a repeat jealousy or a repeat bitterness or a repeat like whatever, then what is it? But the self-analysis is what you want to do. I know no one wants to hear that ever, but it's the truth. Saturday, the 7th of September, 123, moon in Scorpio trines Mars. Oh, Mars in Cancer. It's overnight, but I mean, maybe people are out and doing stuff. I love this. This is like, you know what to do because your intuition is telling you, like you have like the feeling for it. And here, okay, here's the thing about like psychic ability, the sixth sense. So the sixth sense, that's that feeling, like you get a bad feeling about going into the game and there's an attack that happens, or you have a panic attack, can't get on the plane goes down. Like it's that sense, that's a feeling. That is what we all have. There's two. There's the human instinct and there's the psychic divine intuition. They're different, but we have them both. And what this is that sense, that awakened sense, that's the first sense. It's before language. If you're at someone's house and they want you to leave, you can feel it before they give you the body language or verbal clues. And it might happen, concurrently, but you'll likely be able to feel it before they even start to telegraph it. Or you could have a sense for it. So even if the words on top of it are very superficial, that sense is already telling you some information. So with that, that's the Scorpio moon that knows. I know. That Scorpio knows, you know what I'm saying? Trining Mars, that could mobilize us to act. And you'll act, it's like you know what to do. You know what to do. That sense is like telling you, like, this is the thing to do. And then you do it. But like I said, it's overnight. That's honestly, that's very, very sexy date night energy. That's very, I mean, wear protection if this is if that's even like a thing, but like, I can see that. But Saturday the 7th of September, we have at 21:18, the sun at 16 degrees of Virgo opposing Saturn at 16 degrees of Pisces retrograde. You guys already hear what I say in the other videos about this stuff. I remember months ago, I saw this. I remember when I first recognized this sequence of like Moon, Venus, Mercury, and like the aspects they make, and the whole little merry-go-round, and it's like up again, and I'm like, the way that it's plugged into the eclipses and next year and the end of 2020, like it's a whole thing. So whatever your new favorite thing is, you're gonna be playing with this toy for a while. So Sun opposing Saturn, we already had the last week of August that brought the asset in, it brought the opportunity. Now, some of us it could have been both. Like you could have followed me on TikTok, watch Natalie. It's the only thing I am asking you to do in this entire video, because I have amazing videos. Download any video that you're going to get a feeling. If you get a feeling, just download whatever videos you want. Any of my videos, you can download that shit, keep it, store it, whatever. It's community. My shit's community. My writing is mine. My screenwriting, that's Natalie. That's Natalie. But psychic stuff, education, channelings, clearly, like that's all for you guys. It's all for that. So what did you see the last week of August? That is when Venus trined Uranus, opposed Neptune, ingress into Libra, trine Pluto. Because it's not just that the opportunity comes in, because we also must channel positive energy, channel opportunity, and channel and manifest and express through our words and our actions, and they have to be in alignment with what our thoughts are to keep the cycle going, to enter into reward cycles. If we don't change and evolve and grow and lean into what Uranus and Taurus is trying to help us with, then this Libra stuff, you're going to end up with decaying, rotting relationships that have outgrown their health and nutrients to you, and it's just like decay. It's like mulch. But people make these decisions, you know, to hang on to that employee that's like more out of like, I don't know, maybe it's pity, or maybe it's maybe you made a promise and like, I don't know, a bunch of shit changed, or, you know, it's that you just can't say no to that toxic whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or a relationship to, okay, so I'm trying to work on this, but like, I'm making my own Oreos. I love Oreos so freaking much. You guys have no idea how much I love these cookies. So I'm like, you know what? It's time to be, honestly, guys, the single-use plastic, not it. It's not the vibe. And this, by the way, I've been refilling with Ice Mountain, because Ice Mountain's my favorite water. I love this ergonomic. I love the grip. This is not Earth's finest Fiji water. This is Ice Mountain water, but I'm reusing it. So I was buying like the little Oreo packets to not buy the big pack and eat a whole row by myself. But then I was just buying a whole bunch of those. And so that's way too much plastic. So, and it's like not that healthy. So I've made my own Oreos before. I just got all the stuff. And after I do this video, that's going to be my treat to myself, is making a bunch of my own Oreos. So why was I even telling you that? Oh, the asset that came through. So you should have done something, maybe said something, introduced someone to something, you know, some last week of August, been making some little moves and capitalize, saying yes to things that are coming in as well. Saturday, the 7th of September, Sun opposed Saturn, the awareness of the value is going to be huge. It's going to be huge. This could be like maybe something that came through like the last week of August. It was not completely complete. So by Saturday, you maybe it's going to be bringing not just like the value, like maybe you bought the end table or the armoire the last week of August, but this is when you get it appraised, or this is when you get feedback that it's like very highly valued, or you learn that someone else or something else really loves it, really likes it, and it increases its you start dating someone last week of August, and this is like they love, the parents love them, or like, I don't know, that was weird, but like something like that. I'm trying to put an example together. But need for more information, communication, or commitments. Maybe you need more documents that come through, organizational things. Something's coming through to help stabilize. If you were able to capitalize on the opportunity last week of August, something comes through to help you recognize the value and then also provide something else, like I said, to help stabilize. Maybe it's men, masculinity, maybe it, you know, but it's like something. So it's I'm a fan, but I'm a Saturn girl. So of course I'd be a fan. Very responsible, love Saturday. Sunday, the 8th of September, 3:55, we have Neptune in Leo, we have Mercury in Leo, quincunxing Neptune in Pisces. I'm going to say, if you're awake at that time, challenge yourself to be more creative. Challenge yourself to be even more imaginative. Push yourself, see how far you can go. There might be an opportunity to be more creative, or to be more vulnerable, or show more love, or to be more creative. And so just say yes to it if it comes up. 6:35, the moon in Scorpio makes a trine. Oh, this is beautiful. Moon in Scorpio makes a trine to Saturn in Pisces. This is emotional maturity and satisfaction. Satisfaction. That's nice. That's very nice. 20 at 20, that's like 8 o'clock. On Sunday, we have the moon in Scorpio, quincunxing Chiron in Aries. I feel like that's proving something to ourselves. you know, the whole Mercury, Chiron, you know, Mercury retrograde with the transit Chiron, Uranus, and then there was the full moon, and then there's you know, and then like all that stuff. I feel like it took that long, it took that much to get us to validate ourselves. I put on my TikTok, trust me, no one wants to get stuck in a feeling, one feeling for months. You don't have to do that. You don't have to. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, geez Louise. It took us, and then like last year's Venus retrograde in Leo, oh my God, like what's it gonna take? Like it was just so much. So I feel like Sunday we're feeling very like self-validating and like I have value, I have worth. If you're dating, no one that treats me like an option, you know, it's very much like I love this. I love it so much. And there's also a 𝚘𝚘. So at 2151, Mercury in Leo is the apex of the 𝚘𝚘 with Pluto and Neptune. This happened twice before with the moon and the sun respectively. And now it's Mercury, the last little wrap up of all this mishigas. So on Sunday, it was the moon September the 1st, and then it was the sun on August the 21st. Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest. This is another finger of God kind of energy where this, I'm telling you, this is like a fullness of a very much of like, that's how much, that's my price. That's how much it costs. You don't like it, you're gonna get what you pay for. Bye. You know, this is, or, you know, it's like, well, this is my boundary. This is what it is, you know, or it need to be this tall to ride, you know, it's very much like 7-8 billion people out there. You don't need me. Don't let me hold you back. Bye. See ya, wouldn't want to be ya, you know, but it's like having that value, understanding your own value, your own worth, your own self-esteem, your own, see, self-esteem is another one of those words. It's like, esteem yourself. Esteem yourself. I do the mocha pot. And once I learned about that, like in Germany, and she explained it to me that the water and the heat and it just pushes it, I was like, and they got it from Italy, of course, but like, esteem yourself. That's what I was going for. Esteem yourself. So I kind of, when I hear self-esteem or say self-esteem, I see that and I want to say esteem yourself. You know, be the force, the pressure that pushes the water up to make the most glorious liquid known to man. I almost said nectar of the gods. But I don't think that's totally, I don't think that's totally correct. Okay. Fated, destined. So look back to September the 1st, August 21st. Okay, and then 2350, Mercury goes into, this is another highlight. Mercury goes into, re-enters Virgo. Guys, what the fuck? Okay, let me just, the last time that Mercury was here at this spot was July the 26th. That was a whole lifetime ago. That was like 5 states of consciousnesses ago. We're all complete. I don't know about you, but this, I'm like amazed that this could even still happen. That there's so, it's a lot. It's a lot. Anyway, honestly, Telekinesis Church has been helping to deal with that. Like that was a big chunk of something. Anyway, so think back to July 26th, when Mercury first entered Virgo. You were probably getting organized, trying to be prepared. But there was a lot of crazy shenanigans and mishigas, and we had to completely rethink everything and redo the entire plan, rewrite the script. And now At this point, we have the benefit of that going back to the scene of the crime and finding a new clue, and it leads to a new understanding. And now, as early as Wednesday, August the 28th, we are so relieved that we dodged a bullet. That's the Mercury retrograde. It's always a reality check. It's always like, oh, you thought you wanted this, or you thought it was going to be this way, or you thought that you could get away with this, or you thought, no. And you get something better. So by that time, by Sunday, we're more organized, we're more prepared, we're grateful that we dodged a bullet, and we're ready to like, okay, we're going to do the thing. We're going to do the thing. And this is going to be very important for the eclipse as well. So there we have it. Exciting. Let's go ahead and take it through the carousel of consciousness that is the zodiac. Aries, sun signs, moon signs, and rising signs. This is your week ahead. All right, Aries, you guys are having this new moon in Virgo in your health house. So very, very clean eating, exercise routine having, and like all of those things. This could also be a new start when it comes to your relationships with your coworkers, managers, immediate supervisors. Also would be a good time to find a job if you're looking for a part-time job, or if you're going to learn a skill or a trade. This is not a career. This is a job, a gig, as I like to call them. So I call everything a gig though. So you get to choose what you want to use, what you want to be like useful to you, and what you want to work practically in your life that can help you stabilize your mental health. Is that working out? Is that bodybuilding? Is that resolving conflicts at work? Is it being more communicative? Like, you know, what is it? That's what I want you to kind of take this weekend to just like, what's that from? I think that was some kind of machine outside, but it sounded like a brontosaurus or something like that. That was weird. Anyway, back to you, Aries. So you want to stabilize your mental health, basically, and you want to use something very healthy or very, you know, great and wonderful to help you that. You don't, you're going to really pay for it. The eclipse in a couple weeks. So you got to be very, very like show up to work on time. Actually, where did I get this from? Where did I hear this from? I think probably when I was working for Apple Corporate. Early is on time is late, and anything after when you're supposed to be there is unacceptable. You know, you want to be like super like that. Mars squaring Neptune for you guys in Gemini. You guys are going to have to be so very careful of what you say, because you could, like, you're very subconscious at this time. And so you could say things that just off the cuff are just from your gut or from somewhere deep in the recesses of your mind. And it could really bite you in the butt. This could be gossip. This could be, or people are gossiping about you, or you could be attacked by a sibling, someone in the neighborhood, cousins. So you want to see how this is kind of working for you, and be very careful in your neighborhood or with cars and driving and that kind of a thing. When Mars moves into Cancer and they're going to square your 7th house, there could actually be some kind of argument with your family early in the week, maybe about a job, maybe about what you're doing every day, maybe about an office thing, maybe about, you know, and then, you know, Mars is squaring Neptune, and there's, you know, people are the fight or the disagreement gets really ugly and people start going for the jugular. And then Wednesday, the vibe shifts and Mars enters Cancer, and you might, that could be, you know, because that's going to square off with the Libra moon. And so that could really be a tense, like kind of a blow up. But end of the week, more so, you know, you've got some big decisions to make. with Mercury squaring this is like the last, for you, it's probably like reining in the money and the spending or the values or dating or sexual relationships. This is the last square with Mercury to Uranus. Like you've got to, you're changing something up in how you date and how you meet people, how you behave, how you talk to them, how you pick up people, how you continue dating, how you know what I'm saying, or how you get picked up, whatever it is. So this is probably going to be something like that, like where there's, or to augment your approach to children, child rearing, your creative passion projects, or your small business. Then Saturday with the sun opposing Saturn, was there something that helped you, that supported your mental health, that supported like just getting through the day easier the last week of August? There could be more awareness on that Saturday. And there could even be something else like an app or something concrete or a job offer or a commitment that you've got to make to, maybe you started looking for jobs, this first week of September, and then the end of the week, you're like, you get an offer and you're like, that was fast. I was kind of hoping to be like, just like retired for a little bit. And and you're like, oh, might be a little bit of a bummer, but maybe that was really good for you because you've been overspending this month, or not this month, this summer on dating or gum or, something like that. You're reconsidering what you've been spending your money on, or your values, how you've been speaking and communicating your values as well. Is there anything you need to say about this? Yeah. So for you guys, super, super big on the health. Hello, Tauruses, Sun, Moon, and Risings. Welcome to your week ahead. You guys have the new moon in your 5th house, and it's lovey, it's dovey, it's nice. It's opposing Saturn, it's opposing Saturn and Pisces in your 11th house of friends, groups, and associations. So what came through, what's been, I would say, like what's kind of been coming through over the weekend leading into the first week of September that gave you like a deep meditation on what you like, what you love, what feels good. Maybe this is dating, maybe this is your children gonna be having some moments soon, or anything that you like that like just brings you joy. I like this for you guys. I like this. The only thing is, like with the opposition to Saturn, there may need to be some kind of commitment, and you might need that. You might be like, you know what? I need a commitment, or, are finding someone that your friends like, or finding friends that someone you're dating like there may need to be a little bit of an adjustment with like that. But we talk about it before already in your video. But on Monday, Mars squares Neptune. So Mars is in Cancer in your 3rd house, squaring Neptune in the 11th. So we've been having this conversation, Taurus, about which friends to trust and which friends are, stabilizing, and which goals and plans for the future are delusional or unrealistic or self-sacrificial, or that betray a very low sense of self-esteem. Like that's what you're hoping for. You should have been aiming higher, or you know what I'm saying? Or goals that are becoming more concretized, becoming more real, becoming, taking it more seriously. And so with the Mars squaring that stuff, you're going to have to defend or protect some kind of goal of yours, or a dream, or a wish, or maybe even a friend. You may need to, you could be coming to the rescue, but it can also be deception. It could absolutely 110% be deception, especially if money is involved, or finances, or I would say like with like a shared goal that you might have with someone. This would need to be towards like a creative purpose, or a spiritual purpose, or a humanitarian purpose. And yeah, so I would just say don't like hold back. Don't hold back. Yeah. Then you get into the vibe shift. Mars goes into Cancer and squares the Libra sixth house. So that looks a little bit petty to me. That looks like, you know, a love tap in the grocery store parking lot and the guy gets all freaked out. Or the, you know, coworker calls in sick for like the 10th day in a row or some shit. Like, you know, and then you're like, you know, it could be just something kind of like, probably just like small and insignificant. I don't think it's going to be a big deal for you guys. Venus with the South Node, letting something, maybe letting an employee go, or letting someone go that you kind of see every day, or some element of your daily life, letting that go. Or if you really don't want to have that conversation, you can just keep looking at it all day, every day, the rest of your life, even though you don't like it and it doesn't make you happy. You can always do that too. People have free choice. So there's that. What else? There's always so much to talk about. The Mercury square to, you know what? I know what I can do. I'm going to cover stuff that I have not covered in previous videos over and over and over again. So the new information, okay, the 𝚘 on the 6th of September on Friday, the 𝚘 with that Libra moon being the focal point, and Uranus and Neptune, man. Uranus and Neptune. That's really interesting. There's something that you are really struggling with about your daily life, or coworkers, managers, immediate supervisors, or like your mental health, your physical health, how you approach your day, how you are alive moment to moment. So like on one hand, I'm sure having Libra in your 6th house helps you to shovel shit with a smile, go along to get along, and just like white knuckle it, whatever your daily duties are, and those relationships of whoever you have to see every day. And just, I bet you could even have your like fake laugh at the ready of just whenever, anything, just to keep it going, just to keep it moving, just to keep it copacetic, you know. But with this 𝚘, and then like the South Node, and then Venus, and the moon's here, like this is just a week where you are going to be challenged and tested. And it's like, do you really want to grow? Do you want to have better things in your life that Uranus is trying to bring you through change and disruption? Neptune, oh, I need to plug this into. Do you really believe in a better, brighter future for yourself with the Neptune in your 11th house? Do you feel like you cannot ask for more, or are you afraid of letting something go because you won't have it? You know what I'm saying? Like it's like that's what you're going to kind of come under by the end of the week. Then Saturday, the sun opposes Saturn. So if there was an opportunity, if you were meeting someone, starting to date someone, the last week of August, this would be maybe some kind of more information, communication, commitments, and it's whatever like applies to you. Like, you know, if you've never met them before, or if you've never talked to them before, or if you are, you know, already living together, or you know what I'm saying? So it's like there's something that wants to be taken more seriously. And your love and your joy, your creative passion, your children, your creative business, your small business, that is supposed to support a dream. So if there's something wrong with the business, the small business, you got to look at it. There's something wrong with the sex life, got to look at it. There's something, if you have an issue with one of your children, you got to take a look at it. And but you got to do that, take care of it to stabilize like the future. The future. I think that's it. Love you, Tauruses. Have a great week. Thank you again for taking up the Taurus mantle of consciousness. Hello, Gemini, Sun, Moon, Risings. Welcome, willkommen to your week ahead. You guys have the new moon in Virgo at the bottom of your chart, home and hearth and kith and kin. It's a new beginning here. It's opposing Saturn at the top of your chart. So you, over this time, are trying to stabilize your reputation, your career, your image, what people see you doing, what people see you saying. And, you know, so it's like, whew, you guys have, what you'll need to do is bring in and build and like create more of anything that brings you emotional security, so that you don't make the wrong decisions in the career, and so that you're not perceived incorrectly in the career. So Mars in your sign squares Neptune in Pisces. So, okay, so over the weekend coming into Monday the 2nd, you want to meditate on that. Really, for you guys, really, really, really hang out at home, be at home, love the home life, do all of the homey things that you enjoy doing. This can also be like relationships. Maybe you need to tend to some relationships, family relationships, roommate relationships that are, you know, maybe you're having troubles in the career right now. And then this weekend, you confide in a close female friend or a roommate or a family member, and it's enough to put gas in your tank to go out into the world and do what you got to do there. So, you know, however you want to do it, the choice is yours. Now on Monday, Mars squares Neptune. Mars is in your sign with Jupiter. You could have been the one of the ones over the summer that slipped in it, you know, like stepped in it. Did you or didn't you? Some Gemini, some moon risings, you could be trying to like backpedal, but it's hard. So with this square to Neptune, you're going to either try to save some of your reputation. Something about the last week of August gave you an opportunity or information or knowledge to help you salvage your reputation in September, mid-September. I talk about it on my TikTok, so watch my TikTok. And okay, so you're either damage control, trying to fix your reputation in the career, or as a parent, you know, maybe you're being, you know, kids are attacking you and you're like, whoa, you know, you gotta to explain some of your decisions, you know, or explain the mentality and the process that led to this decision as a parent, as a professional in the professional sphere. So you may be kind of defensive. Don't lie. You could be deceptive. You could be the shady one in the career. So that's with Neptune and Pisces at the top of your chart. You got to be so careful because maybe people are perceiving you as solid, steady, trustworthy, but maybe people are seeing you as shady, deceptive, flighty. What's that word? Like not able to, kind of like how I feel right now, like not able to like effectively like communicate or something, or, you know, like just maybe something else, maybe someone else, maybe a different, you know, person, different candidate. You know, you might be coming across like that too. So, but what you want to do is use this energy to protect what's precious. So it's not your ego. I'm going to tell you that right now. With this square to Neptune, if you're one of the Geminis that's backpedaling throughout because you've slipped in it and your ruler went retrograde, maybe you didn't ask someone for astrological guidance. I don't know, but like maybe you stepped in it. So if you're one of the gems that stepped in it, then what you want to do, how you want to play it, is sacrifice yourself. I feel like there's a gem that did not expect me to say that. The best thing that you can do is say, you know what? I did fuck it up. Maybe you knew better. Maybe you didn't, whatever, but just walk away. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Because I'd rather you do that and know for sure, you know, that, you know, if you did something wrong, if you stepped in it and you can be mature enough and honest enough and hold yourself accountable, that's gonna be the best. We know that, like, that's integrity right there. Okay. If you try to defend yourself and try to do the whole like explain this is why I did this, and like if you go that route, you're just going to make it like worse for yourself. You're going to look worse. It's not going to go over well. Okay. And you just don't want to try and like wrestle and control any, like I can see this being like a creator on TikTok, getting criticized because they're selling a beauty product, and their post gets criticized because they used AI digital stuff, and they're trying to sell people something that is supposed to give them that result. And they're like, oof, you know, I took the money, but like, oh, you know, it's like something like that. It could be something, and you just really don't want to even, you want to shut any of that down. This is your reputation, Gemini, that we're talking about here. And you're talking to the best person to talk about career and power and reputation as a psychic consigliere, astrologer goes, because so karma ruled and Capricorn ruled, and you have Saturn in the 10th house. So you're in the right spot, kid. All right, so there's that. So if you can kind of swallow your pride a little bit, take the loss, that's the best that you're going to be able to do. This is like, I mean, I try to help you avoid the loss, but if you're, this is the best, next best thing of like loss prevention is like mayday, you know, like just trying to like get it back kind of on track. So there's that. And then Wednesday, Mars moves into Cancer in your second house, and it squares the Libra stuff in the fifth. That could be overspending or having something coming up with you and a child, creative passion project, dating, or your animals, if you have pets. That could be a little bit crunchy. It's a vibe shift. Let's see, Moon and Libra cross, Moon and Venus cross Libra's south, Moon and Venus cross the south node in Libra. And for you, it's your fifth house. So that is very much like, you've got to, this, I feel like for you, this is almost like an issue coming up with with a child, creative passion project, your sexuality, a small business of yours, and you're kind of like, it depends on where you are in that relationship, because this could be where they need to hear the truth. It's going to help them if they hear the truth, but you're like, oh my God, I cannot bear it. I can't bear it. It's going to hurt you so much. I can't say it. I can't say it. And you're just going to like swallow it down for the rest of your life, or you're going to correct the imbalance. You know, so it's going to be up to you. And, you know, so there's going to be some kind of relational issue, or with your own inner child. Okay. Okay. Then let's see what else we got going on here. We also have, closer to the weekend, we have the 𝚘 with the apex being this Mercury in Leo, making the last square to Uranus and Taurus. So this 𝚘 on your it's on Mercury, your ruler, in your communication house that went retrograde this summer. Have you been kicking and screaming, or did you go into it? Did you start to get it? You either started to get it and you change your mind, change your thinking, change how you're communicating, and you're really with it, like humbled and with it, or you're just trying to get smarter and outsmart like the karma that's been tripping people up. So when this 𝚘 hits on Friday with Uranus and Neptune, that's going to be consequences. That might be a little bit of a bummer. That Mercury making the last square to Uranus too at the same time, the same day on Friday. Uranus is in your house of subconscious, secrets, sorrows, self-undoing, self-sabotage. So you could have been, some Geminis could have just been self-sabotaging, the summer of self-sabotage, through, you know, not reflecting on your communication and your thought processes. Some gems on the other side of it could have had breakthroughs, like psychological breakthroughs, and maybe travel even too. But breakthroughs in their thought processes and thinking and releasing like patterning, mental patterning. And, you know, but you have to be oriented towards self-mastery, healing, growth, personal growth, you know, that kind of stuff. So it depends. So if you're like cross-watching and you're like, no, this Gemini, don't want to hear it, then you can expect a lot of, if that's the case, then they're gonna probably like have some kind of like downfall in September. Like when the eclipse is, they may lose an entire career. Like they may choose like a whole different life path. Saturday, we have the sun in Virgo making the opposition to Saturn in Pisces. So there was something that came through last week of August, and now you have more awareness of how important it is, or the value, how much value it actually does bring to you. And there may be more concrete like evidence and communications, and maybe there's a need to sign a lease, make a commitment, or communicate something, or maybe there's even something going on with a family member or in the home, in the family, that's like, it's very serious, got to be mature. It could also be that you're getting feedback from a higher up or a VIP, and there's a little, it's like serious. There's maybe a restriction or just something that, like a consequence or something that's like kind of forcing you to kind of grow up a little bit or mature. But like I said, you had something come in last week of August that could have helped with all this. Cool. Have a great week, Gemini, and thank you again for taking up the Gemini mantle consciousness. Cans, my loves, Cancer, Sun, and Risings, welcome to Common. Okay, so we've got the new moon happening in Virgo. This is going to be the third house of communications, bloggings, postings, writing projects, anything communications, basically. Opposing Saturn and Pisces in our ninth house of foreigners, foreign experiences, travel, higher learning, education, but mentors, gurus, and guides. But it's really like your philosophy. It's how you like have formulated your worldview, and it's your ethics and your morals. So we have this yummy new moon in our third house. I'm a writer. I know it's going to be writing for me. But also mentality, also like psychologically, like how you're thinking, how you're alive in your mind, how you're putting it all together. So the opposition to Saturn, it's like there's like there's something that's stabilizing here. And because it's stabilizing here, it supports how we see the world, or it supports higher publishing, marketing, it supports some kind of sharing. So over this weekend, really meditate, because you could have some messages that you want to share with the world, and they could come into publication later on in like pretty big ways. That could even like, I could see like Cancer risings or Cancer, Sun, Moon risings coming up with stuff like that in a couple years. Not only are like published and released and produced, but that like stand the test of time. So strong mentality. I will binge the 𝚑𝚎 app for like 6 weeks, and then I'll ignore it for like 6 months. YouTube videos of Stoicism and Marcus Aurelius meditations, and what else has helped? Because you do need to have the balance of like emotional intelligence and like mental intelligence, psychic ability, and mental strength, having a detachment. The mentality, having a strong mentality is a detachment from like everything in your life. And it's wonderful. That's what I loved about like the gateway tapes and meditations, is that it's cool the way he leads you through in his like 19 minutes old voice. But so meditate over the weekend, see what kind of comes up. You don't have to figure it all out right away. And that's the point, is that you just kind of want to take stock of your mind and mentality, your little routines, because you're going to be able to build out a new favorite thing that's going to help you psychologically cope with anything, be very empowered to say anything, write anything, really accomplish very cleverly. This can even be something a little bit more mundane, like a new neighborhood or a new start or relationship with a sibling. And so there's that. On the same day, Mars will square Neptune. Mars in our 12th house of secret, sorrow, self-undoing, but also hidden enemies. That's been fun this summer. It's been great, right? Squaring off with Neptune. So there could be some kind of hidden enemy, someone that's trying to attack you, maybe like on social media, because it is very veiled. You may not like know who it is, or like it could be someone you have a feeling about, you know. And what was there was that one woman, I forgot what the drama was. It was some like mom drama where, I don't know, something with mom products. And she made other accounts and was harassing and bullying from these other accounts. And they traced it to where she was vacationing, like at the time. It was like this whole big long thing. So there may be someone that is like, I don't know, I'm just trying to fuck with you. And so this could be like the last time that they try to take you down. And they're going to do it behind your back. They're going to do it behind the scenes. They're going to gaslight you, or they're going to try to convince you that your beliefs are wrong, or that your worldview is like, they're going to attack your ethics, your morals, your integrity. They're going to attack your beliefs about life and the world, and they're going to try to puncture holes in it. They're going to maybe criticize you, or yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be what the I would just okay. But like I'm very proud of myself. This entire Mercury retrograde did not tell one person to suck my dick. That's all I was thinking. I'm just kidding. That's not what that's what I'm like, but it took so much restraint. It took a lot of restraint. A lot of restraint. So you're going to have so there, that actually might be happening for you. But Jupiter is there, guardian angel Jupiter, and protecting us, protecting you. So that's why I'm saying, like, don't like actually worry about it. Something to know, but don't worry about it, because that could be this too. There could be something that you're worried about, that you're just like ruminating on, and you're just like over and over and over and over and over and over, like just freaking out. And you could be attacking yourself. You could be self-sabotaging with anxiety. That's why this new moon is so very important for you to figure something out. Try a bunch of different things until something sticks, until you like something, to help you cope and be mentally strong enough. Marcus Aurelius, greatest emperor freaking Rome's ever freaking seen. Everyone hated him. Everyone hated him. They attacked his wife. They attacked everything. Jesus Christ hated him. Everyone hated him. Okay. So it's like, okay. So there's that. You may also, if depending on how this is, you may also be the one to act in defense for, or to protect what's precious to you. You may be the one acting behind the scenes in order to secure something that is helping you to spiritualize and become more creative and ground a publishing endeavor, marketing thing, your memoirs, something that you want to publish one day, or some message that you have to share with other people. You actually might be the one to share some big message with other people. But so long, I would not use this time to like go defend yourself online for something. That could be a little bit like, I don't know if we would really come across that way. Like, we would probably be very misunderstood, to be honest. But I mean, it's up to you. This could be that we are also just doing something very behind the scenes that what I like, this could be like you're just not online. You're not posting, you're not saying anything, you go dark, and it protects your peace. You know what I'm saying? Protects your peace. After I got that Cazimi download, I could not, there's like YouTube videos I could not watch I stayed away from YouTube for like, but like it was just like, so do what you got to do to protect your peace and to protect your truth and your experience and your self-trust. That's what this new moon should be for you guys, is like mental stability and self-trust. Okay. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, like we have like the moon in Libra, Venus, South Node stuff happening this week too. For us, that's going to be the home and hearth and kith and kin. There's going to be a relationship issue, a family issue, a home issue, a tenancy issue, some kind of, it's family relationships, relationships with women, and then also mundane things like where you're physically living. There could be something that maybe you don't want to tell your roommate something, you know, or your family member is saying something and you're just like, I can't tell you the truth. Like, you know, you want to just make them feel good or something. You don't want to say that anything like could hurt their feelings or, you know, anything like that. There could be even like a living situation that you're going to have to decide if you're going to be in a living situation that you know is not good for your long term, or that isn't realistic. It's not really where you're meant to be long term, but you can decide to just like stay there even though that's not the vibe. Or you can start to tactfully and amicably part ways and let it go. I had to go back to Gia's last home of ours one last time and like do a whole like saying goodbye thing, like, oh God, you know, so we're so sentimental. Okay. Then later towards the end of the week, we've got the 𝚘𝚘, we've got the apex at both at Libra, and then there's the other 𝚘𝚘 at Leo. So the Leo Mercury squaring Uranus and Taurus and happening on the same day as the moon's 𝚘𝚘 apex being in Libra, with Uranus and Taurus and Neptune. That's kind of funny. So this summer has been strange and difficult for finances, self-worth, self-esteem, what you're eating, drinking, and smoking, and in what quantities you're eating, drinking, and smoking, and maybe even relationships and alliances with friends, groups, associations, and allies, people that are supposed to be allies. There could have been support that you lose from people. There could have been like, I mean, I told you guys before the summer, like friends and money, like, you know, so it's like that back and forth. This is like the last, you know, as you get to the end of the week, a big shakeup, like kind of like a big adjustment. So you've been kind of reconsidering your own values too, though, and how you're earning income, how you're bringing in money, what you're spending your money on, but also the self-esteem that goes with that. So there's that. And then the apex will freaking, honestly, I feel like the moon's going to square Pluto in the 7th house. This could be some kind of like family issue, roommate issue, a tenancy issue that you've got to take care of, that we have to take care of, something we have to deal with, either with tenancies or family or the emotional seat of security that is helping us to go for a better future with Uranus and Taurus, elevate friendship circles. And you have to really believe it though, with that Neptune in that 9th house. So it's really important for you in the beginning of the week to use Mars to protect what's precious, because by the end of the week, you may feel very under the gun. And if the belief isn't there, then you're not going to do it. You're just going to keep the same living situation, the same family situation, the same roommate situation, the same emotional relationships, and like it's just, but it's, you know, and you know it's not like long term, and it's, so it's, you know, it's an old thing. So it's like, push through it, whatever it is, we got to deal with it, fine. Then Saturday, the sun opposes Saturn in Pisces from that 3rd house. So what came up the last week of August, there was an asset or resource. You're going to get more, you probably will see like how great it is and how much it's helping. You could even be the one to communicate because this is the third house. So, you know, more posts, more blog posts or writing or communications endeavors and firming it up but needing to firm that up to firm up, or maybe this could even be something like you promise to have something turned in by a certain time. And that's like the deadline and you have to write it up and you have to do it and you have to turn it in. So even be that, something like that. Then we have another yod at the end of the week with Leo, the apex being Mercury in Leo and Pluto and Neptune. Wow. Something's like boiling down to like a crazy power struggle between you and another person. And it's about money, it's about values, it's about beliefs, it's about like integrity and morals and stuff. And it's financial and it's going to be at 29 Leo. Like that's like the height of whatever you do. It betrays how you value yourself. Whatever you do and say, whatever that happens to be in your life is going to reflect how much you value yourself. So if you end up with something that you're not happy with and not comfortable with, don't blame anyone else or anything else. It's you. You didn't learn how to appreciate yourself last year when Venus retrograded here. You didn't learn it this summer when Mercury retrograded here and made you think about it some more. You know what? No, you're done. I'm kidding. So, but yeah, here you go. You can kind of look back to September the 1st and August the 21st to see what was going on. But that's it. That's going to make or break some stuff right there. And then Mercury goes into Virgo, where they were July the 26th. And then you're going to be moving forward on different ground, but hopefully steadier ground. Okay. Love you, Can-Cans. Thank you again for taking up the Cancer level of consciousness. Love you. Hello, my lovely Leos, sun signs, moon signs, and rising signs. A welcome comment to your week ahead. You guys, I bet you feel so much better having Mercury stationing direct Wednesday, August 28th, because it went through your sign. You might have not felt so sparkly this summer, so you'll be feeling better, okay? Take the weekend to really stew and marinate in anything that helps you feel good about yourself. Try not to lean into the spending too much, you know, but don't go overboard with it, but like anything, you know, meditate, hang out, chill, or, you know, whatever. We have the new moon on Monday the 2nd. It's a new moon in your second house of self-esteem, self-worth, self-value, and your money, the money that you have, what you are earning through your labor. So you're starting over in this space. It would be great to not just have like a new revenue stream or a new income stream, but also to reset your values. That would be ideal. And maybe value yourself for more or differently. You know, you have Virgo on the 2nd house, so that makes you like, you know, use your mind, use your wit, and, you know, be funny and charming and stuff. And, you know, all of those things could help your self-esteem and self-confidence, but also money as well. It opposes Saturn in Pisces in the 8th house. This is where you're trying to actually stabilize partnerships and connections. So you having a great sense of self-esteem and self-worth is going to help your intimate one-to-one connections and partnerships. You being very secure is going to maybe give you, it's going to help you attract people that are more stable and secure. And when you meet those people, you'll be able to hold your own in those relationships because you won't be like self-sabotaging or bowing out, or they won't, because you'll be a match. You'll be a vibrational match. So when you get a grip on your stuff, then, you might be sort of forced. There might be something happening. Look back to the last week of August. Venus gave you a boost in the self-esteem and maybe a boost in the income. Okay, that's going to be connected to this soon. So on Monday, Mars in Gemini squares Neptune in Pisces in your 8th house. So you will maybe need to take some action or say something to a friend or on social media or in a group setting to protect and defend a connection, to protect and defend an intimate partnership, to protect and defend your healing. I feel like you might even need some privacy. I feel like you may need to say something or put some, draw some lines down with your friends on social media, or even, how you're using your presence and where you are and how you're communicating, and protect your peace a little bit, protect your privacy, protect a bond, protect, healing, something like that. So it's worth it. It's way worth it. Jupiter is giving you lots of options. So if there are friends or allies that are not on board with it, smell you later. So you'll be okay, but don't be afraid to use Mars that way to put up the boundaries and to protect yourself. What you don't want to do is get into fights with friends, especially if it's over money or shared assets and resources or sex and sexuality. This could be super, Neptune is spirituality and creativity, but it's also romance. So for you guys, you could be defending like a romantic, not conquest, maybe conquest, I don't know, but like a sexual relationship. You may be defending that. But like I said, what you want to be careful of is friends being deceiving and trying to take advantage of you and pulling on your boundaries. And you want to be very cognizant of the little boundaries, like, or not little boundaries, like the little, like if you give them an inch and they take a mile, like that. You want to be really careful of that and really nip it in the bud. Don't let anyone do that, because they're gonna take a little more, and you don't want them to. They're just testing your boundaries, literally testing your boundaries. So that's all. There's that. This could also be very impassioned, like if you're taking up a cause. I can see Leos being very, if it's the environment, if it's pollution, if it's, whatever it is, to really rally the troops and then in defense of, Earth or something like that. So that's a big Monday, but like let it marinate, let it sit for a couple days. Then like kind of like midweek, we've got like Libra stuff is what I'm just going to call it. And there may be something that you want to say or communicate, maybe with a sibling, or you're getting communication from a sibling. And it's sort of difficult because you just, either they don't want to tell you something or you don't want to tell them something, and or maybe it's both, and you're just sort of like tiptoeing around each other because you don't want to hurt each other's feelings, or, it's something about your communications are very like, now if you're romancing someone or something, then that makes sense, but if there's like an issue that's coming up between you and a sibling, or about you and the neighbors and neighborhood, or a communication issue comes up with someone you're dating or whatever, then you have to take care of it. Or what you don't want to do is just like swallow it and then never talk about it again, because you already said you were okay with it, but you're really not, but you just can't bear to like shut it down or say no or break up or move on. And you're just going to be like stuck with that dynamic. So you don't want to do that. Then near the end of the week, we've got Mercury squaring Uranus for the very last time. Big deal for you, because you have been changing. You've been going through a lot of maybe uncertainty and change with your career, your reputation, who you are, your own character, kind of like shuffling around this summer. And so this is like the last big one. This is like a last big like adjustment where it's a peak moment for you. And it's a big deal because it's also the same time happening with the apex, the moon in Libra being the apex of the 𝚘 with Uranus and Neptune. So there's like change happening. Some of you may be debuting the first week of September, like a person or a message or a partnership or collaboration, or I'm dating this person, or I'm with this person, I'm exclusive with this person, or this is the one I want, or this, or you might just be sharing some very cool, big professional news. And I would say something about it, make it like inspiring, because with that Neptune energy, that could be very like uplifting and inspiring, and it could be really great for your reputation. Just has to be real and authentic. It's either going to be like spiritual, or it's going to be like maybe creative, or it's going to be romantic. Exciting for the Leos. Then at the end of the week, you've got the Sun opposing Saturn. So what came up the last week of August as an asset or resource, confidence boost, or boost to the money and the income, you may get more indication about the value of it. You know, maybe you made a nice little purchase and it's increased in value, or you sold something and are able to use that money to do something, or you are making a financial commitment, or paying off a debt or loan, or becoming, this could even be like bonding and becoming closer with another person too. That's unopposed, but that would have to like make sense. You know what I'm saying? So maybe it connects to the last week of August. It doesn't have to, but this could be just like a little bit of seriousness. Something may need a little bit more like a commitment or some stabilization, or you're buying something, or the money that comes in is helping to stabilize a collaborative effort, whether that's with a spouse or a business partner or a family member. But it looks like you're building up that money to put it towards a joint endeavor. So you really want to make sure you got the same goals and that you're in the same like alignment with people, and be very confident in this week. Then Sunday, we have the apex of the yod with Mercury in your sign with Pluto and Neptune. This is, I see you feeling, I want you to feel good. So I'm going to project my positivity into this horoscope for you. I want you to feel amazing. I want you to feel like all parts of your life are working wonderfully. That's like the greatest that some of you Leos are going to get out of this, is that you're like, this part of my life is running smoothly, and this bond and relationship is going great, and my money's really great, and my reputation is really exciting, and I'm meeting so many new friends and making so many new friends, and like it should be kind of like that, like being very idealistic as I'm wont to do. I can definitely project that into your horoscope for you. On the other hand, if you have not been open-minded, if you haven't opened your mind this summer, then this is probably going to be, maybe you have like debts, loans, issues with staff, coworkers, managers, immediate supervisors, and it might come down on you, like everyone's calling in for you to pay them back at the same time, or you know what I'm saying? The parking stuff, the car stuff never got taken care of, and like, you know what I'm saying? There's like some bullshit, to be honest. So if you have to deal with something, that's fine. Just deal with it, okay? And then Mercury moves into Virgo on Sunday, where they have not been since July the 26th. So you were gonna move forward on something, maybe financial, or you're gonna buy something, or you were gonna, you thought this was gonna make you feel good about yourself, or you thought you were gonna eat this way and change your diet that way, but nope, you had to reconsider all of that. This is what it's gonna be moving forward. Enjoy. Love you, Leos. Thank you so much for taking up the Leo mantle of consciousness. Have a great week.
Virgos, sun signs, moon signs, and rising signs. Welcome, feel calm into your week ahead. So I'm recording this Friday, August the 30th, and the rest of the video I recorded yesterday morning, Thursday morning. I did something I never do, which is take a break, like where I stop the recording and go eat something or lay down for a little bit or something. And I left on my iPad the next sign on the rising that I would do to pick up where I left off, which was you. And then I came back and it was different. It was Scorpio, and I just kept going. Only when I got so basically, I couldn't finish it yesterday, and the dark moon is already hitting and energies are very low. So it must mean that you guys need gentle Natalie for your week ahead horoscope? Or has everybody else got, mouthy little kick-ass Natalie? So you guys enjoy the gooey, warm chocolate chip cookie Natalie for your week ahead forecast. And you guys have the most important one. This is your new moon, Virgo. It's all yours. You get to do anything you want. And here's the most important part. So the new moon is on Monday, and it's opposing Saturn. So the biggest, most important parts that Saturn is going to bring could be any day this week, because the Sun opposition to Saturn doesn't perfect until Saturday. So for you guys, you get to pick anything, any area of your life to be your new favorite thing. Everybody else has some kind of like, oh, it's, my health, or it's this or that. So actually for you, it is going to be health, but like to improve the health of whatever you really want and your overall health. But you know what I mean? Okay, so Monday, new moon opposes Saturn. And you guys have had the crises, the Pisces crises for many years, since like 2011. And Saturn, since March of 2023, has been asking you to stabilize the crises in partnerships that may have been rolling in since 2011. And basically, you need to stabilize your relationships or your approach to relationships. And you could have dealt with, I'm in my favorite little wingback recliner chair, and I just have it like pointed at the clouds. So I hope that the sun breaks through soon. So for you guys, it's been a couple of things. So maybe you have been, if you were fogged out by deception of other people, or gaslighting, or even illness, or just confused about other people and their intentions, and your mistrust, or them being deceitful, so you should have very high boundaries with relationships by now. And you should have learned to qualify people and really test them, watch them for. I had a friend over like years and years, it was like 20, not just like years ago. And he was looking around, he's like, wow. I'm like, what? And he's like, Natalie, we've been friends for like 3 years and I've never seen like the inside of your apartment. And I'm like, that's a weird thing to say. But you should be like that. You should have learned to have higher standards, greater boundaries, and really test people out. You have so much permission to do that. Make sure that people are good enough for you. Make sure, don't feel sorry for them. Don't try to save them. Don't try to, you only want to go for the people that are already helping themselves, for the people that are trying to give to you and build you up, So if, depending on how it's been for you, this new moon is your brilliant opportunity to correct the imbalances in these areas. So for some of you guys, it's going to be getting clear about other people this week and letting them, like letting yourself make different decisions. And for others of you, it may be more of solidifying partnerships with commitments and deepening bonds, and maybe even capitalizing on opportunities in relationships that August may have presented to you, but you, for whatever reason, were unable to take advantage of or move forward on. Things are now finally moving forward for you. This is so crazy. Now my internet just went out. I don't know how much of that. I think I caught it in time, but it was foreshadowed because the little lights on my little thing were in my little living room were flickering. So I knew something was about to happen, and that's what it was, the internet cutting out. But don't worry, Virgo, I will get your messages to you. Okay, as I was saying, Pisces, your partnerships, your new moon, you get to do anything you want. What is your new favorite thing? And this is going to be something that you're going to be really into and working on over the next like 9 months, 10 months maybe. So for you, it's going to be opportunities that you were not able to avail in August. And even if that's not the case, maybe the Mercury retrograde gave you a reality check that maybe something isn't going to be what you thought, or it's not going to be in the way that you thought, or something like that. That's fine. That's okay. That's okay. Because this opposition to Saturn is our guardian. Now, listen, astrologers are going to just shit talk Saturn. And it makes sense. I totally get it. I get it. I get it. But Saturn's really the guardian for you from March 2023 until February 2026. So this new moon for you, if it's not saying yes to opportunities, then it is going, okay, so no matter what, it's your inner resolve, your inner fortitude, no matter what. So your new moon is going to be either your convictions and you're, led by your sense of self-worth to get something going. And I would choose self-development if that's the case. Or it's going to be all of that and opportunities in the month of September, but especially this first week of September, that you are finally able to say yes to and avail and get started and going off the ground and launching. So either those opportunities are going to be what you are working on over the next 9 to 10 months, and or something that you are committed to and your inner resolve to do. And I would do your relationship to your relationships. And how are you approaching them? Like I kind of was talking about like in the beginning. So you're either managing a crisis in relationships and cutting losses this month, and you're figuring that out this week, or you are able to stabilize any kind of spiritual goals, artistic goals in your relationships. I would say be happy about it because, Saturn is bringing help, reserves, resources, money, people, assets, help, so there's a person or there's people or there's clients or there's an audience or there's, someone is there to teach you something or help you with something, help you achieve a personal goal. It's powerful. It's very powerful. So, okay, how to gauge how much you're going to be able to get out of this new moon? I would look towards March 2023 until now. That is when Saturn entered Pisces and started making those relationships difficult. Any one-to-one relationship, any partnerships, any committed one-to-one connections. This also, if you post anything, this also includes your relationship with your audience, or if you have a client-based business as well. If you have been adhering to those lessons, if you have been holding people to task and making them accountable and, keeping them honest and having good boundaries, and you showing up as honest, you showing up as trustworthy and consistent, and, leaning into either spiritual or artistic energies and doing the spiritual growth, taking those hard knocks and the lessons in relationships, then this week and this month could actually be a huge, like, windfall, or it could be like a huge opportunity. Like it could be really big. It's going to be bigger the more work that you've been doing. Like if you've been consistent since March 2023, keeping up your spiritual practices, doing good boundaries in relationships, committing and sticking with good relationships of integrity and all of those things, then you guys are probably going to get the biggest payoffs in the month of September. So be very mindful about what you want to bring forth into the world in this week ahead. and you want to meditate on it this entire weekend. I am determined to get this video out on Friday. I was going to swear, but I'm taking the cues from the universe with my little sickness to be gentle, you know, so I'm not even going to swear. Let's see. What else do I have to say for you guys? And the reason why those Virgos are going to get the biggest payoffs is because you've like actually literally earned karma points since March 2023. And like you earned it. That's it. That's it. It's not like the universe loves one person any more than any other person. The universe is very systematic and fair. That's why I love Saturn, because what you earn, you keep. So Virgos, take it all. Take lessons, take opportunities, just take it all, because you're adding to your karma bank. Or as my telekinesis teacher would say, you're increasing your soul mass. So you guys had this crazy Mercury retrograde. Your ruler went retrograde. So you guys are coming out of a funk too. And, really take all the pressure off of your life this weekend leading into the new moon, so that you can really like psychologically release so much of August. Like I'm kind of glad I didn't know what it was going to be, like how it was going to be. Yeah, so just let yourself psychologically release the entire month. Later on Monday evening, you have Mars at the top of your chart squaring Neptune and Pisces in your 7th house. So on Monday, you may need to act in the professional space. You may need to show up as a leader, as a warrior in your professional reputation arena in order to protect a relationship, in order to put a beautiful boundary around something precious to you, a person. There's no other way to look at this. I don't know. You're championing something. You're championing something but either in a relationship, like something in the connection, or a relationship itself. That's the best. And you're going to use your words. Maybe you are putting something into contract language, maybe because it's Gemini. It could also be that there's someone in your professional space. Maybe it's like a father or a husband, but it could also be a VIP or an authority. That is also, they may be the one to act or say something. And if that's the case, they may be the one to put that boundary or put that protection around somebody else to protect them. This is very much like, I just remember growing up, I have like a little half sister, and so my father would have to do this, basically like take turns protecting one from the other. And so it could be kind of like that little bit of a vibe, but I'm being very, very like idealistic, as you know I'm wont to do. Another way this could manifest is that there is some kind of like your parent attacking your lover, your parent attacking your spouse, criticizing your spouse, or your boss criticizing and attacking your business partner, or your manager attacking your coworker with you, and you guys are on you know what I'm saying? It's like there could be some kind, for you, it's like the other people that are involved. So you want to maintain your decorum and act appropriately. So you want to be in defense of something that is precious and important, that helps you. This, like, you don't want to go to bats for a person that is like deceptive or Neptunian or feigning. If someone is like manufacturing a trauma in order to gain your sympathy, you don't want them to do that, to have you go and fight for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't let anything like that happen. You want people to be 100% like, what did the Mercury retrograde show you? It should have helped you see like reality, like what you can actually expect, what's real. The people are, you know what I'm saying? So I would say Monday, it's a dark moon still. Energies might be low. And, we're here talking about this with like the high vibe aspect, but like in the sky, this is happening. So the general mood is that people may be like, people might just be a little bit, you let the other people be confused. You let the other people be triggered. You let the other people speak before they're thinking. You let other people act before letting themselves gain more information or understanding of what's really happening. You let other people like go and get information indirectly instead of confronting the person and asking them directly for the information. Like that's where people get into potholes. That's where people slip up, is by like inferring things and going on assumptions and like, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, honestly, for me, I shot all my shots in July. I sent out like emails. I tried to clarify things. I tried to make contact. I tried to support and offer my support. And I've tried, you know what I mean? Like so but you do the best you can, and that's it. That's all you can do, because there's other people that are making their own choices. So you just maintain your decorum, your integrity, and all you want to do, if anything, on Monday is just let it be known, let your reputation be one of championing uh, ethics, what's morally correct, because that's only going to be good for you. But you may be on the spot, or you may be like in the spotlight a little bit, and people may be observing that. So they're going to see that you're either in conflict, in some messy conflict, or they may see you as the Joan of Arc championing, a higher cause, a bigger cause. And that's what Neptune is really trying to do for you guys in your seventh house, is spiritualize or make it creative, your partnerships and your approach to relationships. Okay. Then in the middle of the week, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we have the Libra moon south node stuff. So the opportunity is going to come up for you guys to maybe capitalize on something that you were able to make money from previously, or maybe you're selling something of value. You're like releasing it, but you're getting paid for it. You're making a really big sale, or an income revenue stream that's made you money in the past is having a little boom. I like this, like pretty good for you guys. Pretty good. You can think back. Okay, but if it's an issue, but if it's negative, if it's a negative issue, then it's going to be something that maybe affects your self-esteem in a negative way that you need to let go of. It's like maybe eating habits. You think that they're comforting, but they give you stomach aches and you need to let it go. Or you think you've been feeling good about yourself for being aligned with certain people or certain types of people. Venus and Libra is like superficial relationships. Maybe, that made you feel good. And it's like, well, no, that's not, maybe those relationships look good on like the internet, but they don't really nurture you, or they're not substantive, and you want to let that go. Or maybe a way of making money previously is not going to be the way you're making money in the future, and it's coming up and you're kind of letting that go. But this is something that it's gonna, the only weird thing about it is that it's just like the diplomacy, that it's almost going to be difficult for you to really let it go, because you just rather not have the 10-minute conversation with the employee. You'd rather just look at them all day, every day for the rest of your life instead of take the 10 minutes to let them go. So it's got that vibe to it that it's going to be difficult to let go. Okay. Or it's coming up to balance or let it go. You can think back, Venus crossed the South Node November 29th of 2023. So how did it go? What was that? Did you do something financial that ended up being a loss? Was there a person like involved with it? Were you disappointed? Was it an eating thing? What was kind of happening? Because it's coming back up again for you to either balance this out and correct this or let it go. Or you're really going to be dragged. So Virgos, you guys really have to stand on business when it comes to your values, your financial situation, and where you're inauthentic. And you can let that go for something better. Later in the week, also on Wednesday, we have Mars entering Cancer. They're usually there for like 45 days, but they're going to be there for months and months. This is why I'm telling everybody, like, what we get going in September, like this new moon, the first couple weeks, it's going to be a thing for like 9-10 months. So Mars in Cancer and your 11th house to the 12th house, that's a very big vibe shift. Very big vibe shift. We're going to talk about it later. But on Wednesday, you see what comes up, because the square to the Libra moon, it's almost like there's a disconnect maybe with your friends, groups, and associations and like your values. So it may be this week could, especially if you are championing a partner, like, maybe your parent doesn't like who you're seeing and your friends don't like who you're seeing. And maybe you're a straight-laced corporate person and you start dating like a woo-woo person, or a tarot reader, and everybody hates them and they're like, oh my God. And so this could just be months of working that out with your friends, groups, and associations. And but see what this week shows you. See what like the beginning to the middle of the week and the middle to the end of the week are showing you, because I also see a really big, if you post on social media, that Mars in Cancer is like huge boon for your social media. So I really wouldn't even care if people don't like your partners. If they meet your standards, they make you feel good about yourself and they add to your power, and they're in their own integrity and they don't take from you and they respect your boundaries. Virgo, you stand on business and you don't give a fuck what anyone else thinks. Sorry. I guess I'm feeling a little better. But you don't care what anyone thinks. It's your life. So this could also be very working to your benefit too, because that Mars in Cancer could be very like, this is almost like you're riling people up, or people are very riled up. But it's also very almost polarizing, where you could be sort of channeling some of the bigger collective shifts that are happening, and you're one of the messengers of it. You're one of the communicators of it. So it's probably going to be kind of exciting for you guys specifically. Then closer to the end of the week, we have the last Mercury Uranus square from Leo to Taurus. That's your 12th and 9th house. There's one last, near the end of the week, one last like change, one last thing happening that you're sort of correcting your perception about, which could have to do with your beliefs, your values, traveling long distances, relationships with foreigners, or even just like your own internal psychology, your own internal spirituality. Love this for psychic experiences for you guys. I'm hoping more people have these like spontaneous big experiences. Honestly, it'd make my job easier, because I'm trying to give people their own experience and lead them to have their own experience. And so I do it through, my videos and stuff, but also in art. Like, how beautiful would that be if art could trigger spiritual and psychic experiences? Anyway, back to you. So you may have some kind of psychic experience. There could be something happening or something that's changing your belief about something, and it affects your psychology and it affects your spirituality. There's a little bit of a power struggle on Friday. Something is kind of like, it's almost like with that Libra moon squaring Pluto, that's like the changing of the guard, where you have to, Virgo, you have to acknowledge the power of your creativity, your children, your passion projects, your sexuality, your inner child healing, because it's wrangling with your values. And again, if you are just too going along to get along because you think it makes you look better or something, or you're trying to keep the peace in a relationship, like with someone you feel sorry for, there could be something about your children or your creative passion projects that are like pulling on you to change and let it go. It's the apex of the yod with Uranus and Neptune. This is like my both of my parents are Virgos, and I remember talking to my dad one day. I didn't like one of his friends. I didn't like one of his friends. He was a bad influence. He was a bad person. And I talked to my dad about it, like not scolding him, but like preaching and like, pushing for him to let his friend go and stop being his friend. So typical. But I could see something like that for you. Like, it's either a child, or maybe there's a greater pull from your sexual preference or your sexuality or your creative passion project, or even your small business. Maybe your small business is challenging your values, is challenging your self-worth. There's something there though. But it breaks open with that Mercury Uranus, something in you psychologically. So you actually may hear about something. So this, in that analogy, that could be like, well, maybe my dad, being the Virgo, didn't know that about like how his daughter was seeing his friend, or maybe his daughter was showing him something about his friend that he wasn't seeing from his perspective. So that could be sort of similar, that you're just seeing something from a different perspective because of your heart or a creative project or something. And being at the apex of the yod, let's see, Uranus and Neptune. Uranus, Neptune. Oh, it is Libra. Wow. Yeah. So your values and your people are so big for you right now. Yeah. I would say stick to your integrity and let it change your life. Let the truth change your life. Because you guys are kind of magical right now. Then Saturday, the sun opposes the opposition to Saturn in your 7th house. It's like the awareness of the value of the asset that Venus was trying to bring the last week of August, but really the entire month of August. We didn't see it until the last week of August, but it was trying to show us the whole month. The sun is when we get the commitment, the communication, the information, the documentation, the organization to stabilize the relationship. So it could be you at any point this week stepping forward, bringing something of value to a partner or a partnership to stabilize it, to commit to it. But it is you, it's the sun in your sign. So at any point this week, feel free to do what you got to do. And so for some of you, it's going to be one or the other or both, where you've got to step forward and cut the illusion with another person and say, this is the 10-minute letting go, and we're not, I can't have you, blah, 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 blah. It's either cutting the illusion with that Pisces stuff and managing. You might be in crisis management mode, a little bit, which it isn't even the crisis yet. Mid-September is going to be the super crisis. I've been trying to help everyone like steer like away from it. So this is one of those points where, you know, there can be like you're getting a grip on that and having some boundaries with people, and or strengthening and stabilizing the better partnerships, the ones that have really proven themselves to you with a commitment, you know, with something solid. You could take that to the bank. So that's Saturday. So I mean, I'm a Saturn girl, so I love this for you guys. I love it. And if there's anything that you guys are getting from other people, it's going to be like whatever it is, you can spin it positive, where it's going to be a wonderful lesson that's going to add to your bank of karma and add and increase your soul mass. And or it's going to be an ongoing lesson, like an ongoing commitment thing that's going to be something that over the next like 9 to 10 months is going to really help you in your life. Like this is like a big step up for Virgos, I see. And even if it's more that like maybe things are going in a different direction, or, you know, whatever, it's still your inner resolve. It's still about you, and you're still in the driver's seat. So even if things work out differently, it's just you got to keep going. That's all. Let's see. So don't worry about like, I would say don't worry about Saturn being serious or having consequences or like anything like that. Guys, I've been kicked back like millions of times by Saturn. It's like taking 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. And if that happens with you in relationships, it's okay. It is so okay. I promise you. Remember, we're never like gone. We're just like a little bit further. So if that's just, so don't, that's all I want to say about that. Then Sunday we have another apex 𝚘 with Pluto and Neptune on your Leo 12th house, Mercury. Pluto and Neptune. Pluto and Neptune, 5. Wow, this is such a big week of relationships for you. Damn. All right. So I feel like you might know what some of this is, but by the end of the week, I feel like there's going to be more. So remember all of this, because it could be sort of unexpected, what you're doing next. And you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just keep a very open mind. But that on Sunday, there is going to be like more pressure, or just sort of a very fated, destined point, a turning point for you spiritually and in your relationships, more so with the creative passion project relationships. And like, this is like, you may be challenged to actually be more creative and go deeper into your creativity, into your subconscious, into your spirituality, into your deepest issues, and plug that into your creativity, into your creative passion projects. You know, for some of you, it's figuring out something with sexuality and going deep to the root of things. For some of you, it's issues with children or your childhood or your inner child, and getting to the root into the subconscious. It's very interesting. Then Mercury enters, your ruler enters Virgo, and they haven't been here since July the 26th. So now you're now you're better organized. Now you're more prepared. After having had to pause and go back and see things differently in the month of like mid-July to the end of August, to really like mid-July to like September 11th. So you guys get to pick, Virgo, what is going to be your new favorite thing. And don't fear loss. Don't fear anything. That's Neptune messing with you. And that Neptune messing with you makes you make bad decisions. You know what I'm saying? So just come out of, don't only take in good influences, positive influences. good people, positive people. Okay? Because otherwise everything just messes with you. Got to have good boundaries. Love you guys. Thank you so much for taking up the Virgo mantle of consciousness. I'll see you in the next one. Hello, my lovely Libras, sun signs, moon signs, and rising signs. Welcome for common to your week ahead. This is going to be your new favorite thing in the subconscious. You have this new moon in your 12th house of secret sorrows and self-undoing. If you want to know why the video is like this, you can watch the beginning of Virgos. Virgos is probably epically long. Good grief. Sorry. Libra, this is a great time for rest, relaxation, international travel, you know, vacationing, but you know what I'm going to say, spiritual work, spirituality, exploring your subconscious mind, exploring the unconscious material. This could kick off psychic ability. This could lead you to many psychic experiences that are going to start this month in September and be a thing over the next 9 months. Whatever is going to be going on this week, this month, it's going to be the thing, our new thing for the next 9 to 10 months. So what do you want to, so for you, I would take this weekend. I'm very determined to get this video out today, Friday, August the 30th. Take this weekend to rest, relax, even more harder than everybody else, and let yourself meditate on your spiritual goals or any behind the scenes projects that you want to initiate this week. Okay. The new moon this can actually also be the beginning of a great, if it's a person, it's a relationship with someone that is helping you behind the scenes. This could be a therapist. This could be a spiritual guide, mentor person, but anyone just like proving themselves to be sort of like helpful, but you're sort of not bringing them out into your public like life. They're just for you. Okay, the new moon opposes Saturn, which the sun will oppose Saturn and perfect on Saturdays. So this entire week, at any point, you may be ready to make a commitment to your health in a much deeper way. So for you guys, the Saturn in Pisces, since March 2023, has been giving you health challenges, physical and mental. So if you've been taking this seriously since March 2023, you can get the biggest payoff in health, in mental health, and mental stability, physical stability. If you've been upkeeping with your spiritual practices, if you've been upkeeping with all that stuff. Otherwise, this may be a time that you've got to manage the Pisces crisis that Neptune has been doing since 2011. And in which case you've got to really, really get rid of self-sabotaging habits. Like for real, bro. Like if this is a karmic reckoning for the month, this month for like Libras, it's because of that. So you've got to clean up your habits, any addictions, self-defeating patterns, ruminating minds. So it's like thoughts and feelings and actions, the habits of those, the habitual thinking, the system of oppression in your mind. You know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. And get yourself out of those ruts. Break out, break out, break out. Let me see, is there anything I want to say? God, there's so much to say. You got to renounce something. You got to renounce all that stuff with that Neptune in the 6th house. Later on the day on Monday, Mars and Gemini squares Neptune and Pisces. So the highest of this is that you are acting and speaking in defense of could be a coworker, manager, immediate supervisor that you may be trying to defend or help. You want to use it to defend what's precious to you. So you would want to use this energy to defend, for you to speak from your philosophy, to defend part of your daily life, or that kind of a person, someone that works for you. Some of you, it may be other people like foreigners, gurus, guides, mentors, teachers that are the ones to protect your health or protect your part of your daily life or protect something that's good for you. In other cases, it could be that one of these types of people is doing the opposite of that, where they are, it's almost like, they're aggravating they're aggravating it. And you don't want that, Libra. It's like, they could be really disturbing your peace. And I cannot do any better on a general reading as to, so you want to be more Joan of Arc about it. But if there's there's conflict in like other areas of life and other people are fighting, you want to step back, of course. So if you are speaking, especially if there's anything written or publishing or marketing or any, materials that you're putting out, and if you're speaking on it, you want to be very careful that you are not spewing something from your subconscious that is unhealthy, that you are projecting onto your audience or whoever is consuming your material. And you might get attacked for that, actually, if that's something that you've done before or have been doing. So I would kind of look out for that. The Pisces crises since 2011 has been really making it difficult for you to have a daily life that is very healthy, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. Saturn's been a godsend since March 2023 to help stabilize your daily life and your health and your routines. So for those Libra sun moon risings that have been very consistent in their spiritual practices, or even finding spiritual practices since March 2023, finding mental health support and using it, you guys are going to get the biggest payoffs. Okay. So that's Monday. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, this is very important. You have the Moon, Venus, South Node, Libra stuff in your sign. You are going to have something coming up in yourself, about yourself, with relationships with women or about women, your own feminine energy. Doesn't matter if you're a man or woman, but it's going to come up. And you have to balance these energies, balance this inside of yourself, or let it go. Or let Steve be dragged by the universe. It's something about you, though. This is like not just a bad habit, but like a bad characteristic. Like this is not part of your personality. This is not who you are meant to be. You are not meant to be negative. You are not meant to be bitter. You are not meant, and for you, it could be like about yourself, but like how this also affects your relationships. So I could relate to this with a story that could maybe help. I remember when I first heard that sarcasm was a form of negativity, and I hated it. I resented it. That was like my entire personality. I'm kidding, it was not. But it was really big, like super big. Like my governesses growing up were my aunts, my aunties. And like my one aunt, she's so hilarious, but she's super sarcastic and super negative. And she kind of like helped raise me. And so that it's like, I thought it was funny, fun, it was easy. And like, I was just sort of like, I just trained my mind like that, that programming that I got growing up. And then like TV shows and movies, sarcasm looks so cool, right? You look so smart. Oh, how cool. You're so sarcastic. And so when I heard that, cognitive dissonance, just rejected it. But because I'm on a spiritual path, and when you really stay committed to truth, love, and integrity, and you're honest with yourself and you're real with yourself, amazing things happen. And so eventually I just accepted it and I let it go and I phased it out of my personality. but that's no longer like a characteristic. That's not Natalie. That's not me. Natalie is positive. Natalie is still funny without being sarcastic. I feel like that sounded super sarcastic, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. So it's like that. So don't think, you know what I'm saying? So just look at yourself like that and just be honest about it, because you've got to let it go or you're going to suffer. Think back to November 29th, 2023. Same thing came up. And this is where you were like, I would rather die than let go of my sarcasm. You know, this is, I would rather look at you all day, every day and do all your work for you for the rest of my life, because I cannot have a 10-minute conversation to let you go. So this is something you don't want to let go of, just like I didn't want to let it go. I resented it. You know, sarcasm, a form of negativity, kiss my ass, you know, but it's not giving you anything, you know, it's not cool. So I would take a look at that. If it came up from November 29th, 2023, around there, because you either let it go and you're going to release more stuff and you're feeling better, or you held on to it and you're feeling even shittier and it's coming up again to let go of. Wednesday, Mars moves into Cancer. It's going to be a whole long thing, Mars and Cancer and Leo and stuff. So see what comes up this week, because that immediate square to Libra, to you, is a very big vibe shift. This is like you are radically needing to overhaul your marriage, your profession. There could be issues with your father, with your spouse, with your professional reputation. Actually, I feel like this really could be an issue for Libra, Sun, Moon, Risings. Either you're doing it on purpose and you're like in John Malkovich, being John Malkovich, where John Cusack is like, he possessed John Malkovich. He got into his mind. And he's like, I'm going to be a puppeteer, because he's really Craig Schwartz. So, you know, like, so people would see the actor John Malkovich suddenly becoming a puppeteer. That's what you could be doing. You guys could be doing something like that with, you know, over like the next 9 months. But see what comes up over this week, because this could maybe give you a little bit of an indication of which way that's going and how that's going. And I wouldn't say that it's negative. Like, don't put that onto it. It could be cool. Then closer to the end of the week, Mercury squares Uranus for the last time. There's one last big, like, this could be a friend breakup for sure, with that Mercury in the 11th and with the Mercury retrograde. And if that happens, it's for the best. This would be somebody that just like misguided you. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't even sweat it, if anything like that. So if you feel empowered, just let that shit go. Uranus is trying to shake up your bonds with people, but also make it easier to put up those boundaries. So use it. Whatever the information is, whatever the communication is, you know, maybe this is even something you see online or social media or whatever someone's posting, or even just like from the friend. You know, this is very typical of like, it's in that movie, Chelsea Handler with Reese Witherspoon and Tom Hardy and Chris Pine. I can name 4 of the actors, but not the title. It's that movie. But it's like, they're like friends, they're girlfriends, not like romantically, but just like friend girlfriends. And she asks the friend for advice. And she's like, about something. And she's like, oh yeah. And it blows up in her face. And then afterwards, when she's like, you told me to do it. What? And the friend's like, it's your life. You do you. It's like that kind of shit. Like, what the fuck? Sorry, excuse my French. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could see something like kind of like that happening, where there's, and see what has been going on with you with the friends in the month of August, because this could be the last little shit show where there's like a breakup or something. There's a power struggle with the moon in your sign and Pluto at the bottom of your chart. This could be fighting with women or about women or with women family members or feminine issues that you're kind of like working out through these conflicts. Also on Friday, that Libra moon is the apex of a yod with Uranus and Neptune. So you are so on the line here. You are very like on the line, and it's very, and it's all coming down to, have you been taking care of yourself since March 2023? Or you're going to be too like confused to see things and do things and say things that are going to take you into the direction that you want. So there could be a big moment for you with that. Saturday, the sun opposes Saturn, giving you assets and resources to help you stabilize your health, your attitude, your well-being, your daily life, your work life, your relationship with coworkers, managers, and immediate supervisors. But really, I would lean into the psychological benefits, the mental health benefits, and the spiritual benefits. If this is spiritual, which is what I always say to do, always go spiritual. And if you finally are getting it, if you're finally going to do it, this is like a hardened, real help to you. Maybe it's like an app you download. Maybe it's a person you're hiring. Maybe it's a new friend that you're making, but they're very behind the scenes. I don't even fucking care if it's behind the scenes. If it's like helping you and you just need to keep it private, so be it. Remember, South Node in Libra, in your sign, letting go of superficial everything, especially superficial relationships. So this is your moment where you need to manage your health, manage your spirituality, and treat it like that. Treat it like, this is a whole department of my life I got to manage, because it's starting to move you through the next big while, Could have been feeling lots of like pressure or just angst with the Mercury retrograde, that you're now finally able to see what the problem is. And for you, the problem is, yes, like health and maybe not enough spirituality, not enough fresh air, stuff like that, but also your friends, groups, and associations were part of the problem. Stand by that. I love you guys so very much. Oh, wait, wait. The apex, Sunday, the apex of that yod is Mercury in your friendship house with Pluto and Neptune. Pluto in the 4th, Neptune in the 6th. Yeah, I really do see some friend breakups, but it could also be really overhauling your goals for the future. So you may be communicating some very big, important things this week to friends, or maybe through social media. And it's very, very fated and karmic and juiced up with all that Leo energy. You want to say it with your chest. Really say something from the depths of your soul on social media, closer to like on Sunday. What came up for you September the 1st? What came up August the 21st, when the sun was there and the moon were there? This could be something that's really good for you, though, like that it feels, I feel like this would be something that feels so good for you to say or express. So go for it. Then Mercury moves into Virgo in your 12th house. They have not been, last time they were here was July the 26th. So a lot has changed. You see things very differently. Now they're here again. So you're better organized, more prepared. You dodge some bullets and ready to take that mental health or that spiritual practice or that project, secret project, very seriously and get organized about it. I hope that for you. It's going to go forward differently than what you thought. So just go with the flow. Love you guys. Thank you again for taking up the Libra mantle of consciousness. Giving who you are for what you stand to gain.
Just know that if you hide, it never goes away. I should have worn this before when there was actual sunlight. I needed to take a break, so I'm fresh for you Scorpios, for just you Scorpios. All right, let's dig in. Welcome to your week ahead, Scorpios. You guys have this new moon happening in Virgo in your 11th house, opposing Saturn in the 5th. I would look for people. Yeah, maybe you're finding videos online of stuff that can help you, stuff that is inspiring, that helps you get more creative, ground and stabilize romantic relationships, dating, expressing your love, expressing your creativity, being inspired. This would be cool to not like streamline. I would do it if I were you. I would make a list. I would make 2 lists. I would make lists of things like inspirational triggers and then list of like creations that you want to create. So like if you're like for writing, they'll say stuff like if you're not inspired, read for inspiration. Then when you're inspired, you're going to write. So it's kind of like that. So whatever your thing is, I would find like a list of things that juice you up and get you super inspired, and then have like your, I don't know if you do like a pipeline, if you do anything creative or you have a small business, maybe you make like cupcakes, I don't know. But this can also be people. Ow, ooh, be careful though. Oh, it's people, but they're not all good. Oh, my little kneecap. So maybe be kind of careful. We read the omens here on Watch Natalie's. But what I was gonna say is that I would look for people, and specifically if there were any people, women especially, the last week of August that were helping. Maybe not like helping, like they have a shovel and everything, but like helping where they're inspiring, sharing information, giving you something knowledgeable, a tool, a resource, something that you could use. You know, you want to not use people, but just use the positive, whatever they're channeling. You know, if you have really bookish friends, if you're on social media, your fans, your audience are more like the Virgo type. So they're just going to be more like that, like a little bit more interested in a little like the nitty gritty details of things. So, you know, if you're posting about getting nice and specific, they might kind of appreciate that more. But anyway, so the new moon, you're starting a new thing. You know, this could be a great like little mini overhaul of your friendships, groups, your associations, your allies. And because of the knock, because of with my knee, you might need a reset. You might need to get rid of some ugly feelings with Pisces in your 5th house of jealousy, resentment, fears, delusions of persecution, self-sorry, self-pity, even like insecurity of your creative ability, you know, any kind of like like fluctuation issues where maybe you're a painter and you paint like 4 days in a row and then you take a day to rest, but then you can't really paint that second day and you're freaking out, taking 2 days off in a row, and you spiral into questioning if you're a real painter at all, or you know what I'm saying? Something like weird delulu like that could be something for you to overcome during this time, and this new moon's opening the portal for you to do that. But it's going to be exciting for you guys because you guys are going to have the nodes in your 5th, 11th houses soon, like now, basically. So how it's first going to start is removing things out of your life. So removing people you thought you were going to be in love with, and that's not going to happen. Or removing like a creative passion project that you thought was going to be your favorite passion project, not going to be that. You know, pregnancies or stuff with children, you know, there could be certainly things that will be leaving, you know, your life, but it's all stuff that's just standing in the way between like you and your inner child healing, or you and your expression of your creativity, your sexuality, you know, all the, you want it, you kind of want it like real, you know, and the Pisces fifth house could be very porous boundaries. And I kind of do like Saturn through here for you, because I mean, it also depends like where you are in life and how old you are, but this is helping to stabilize how you take care of yourself, like your inner child, and how you take care of your creativity. So I like this, like you just need like a new thing. This would be great for, I tried to set up like a weekly tea thing with an extended cousin, and she kept flaking out, but like it didn't happen. So you could like maybe start something or do something where there's like some regularity, and there's some like, you know, something consistent, and something that you can all like bond over. You know, start a mini network, even if you already have like a community, even if you already have like a social media thing, even if you're already on the board, you know, what go to your little list of inspirational things and see like what does get you juiced up. Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with anything, but it rejuvenates you and it gets you nice and juiced up. Also on Monday, but over this weekend, you guys are getting this Friday. Over this weekend, you want to meditate. You want to psychologically release the craziness of August. You were one of the, you know, with the Mercury retrograding in your career house. So you're getting back on track. And what opens up in September is going to be like it's the fat we're going to chew on for like months. So, you know, that's why I'm saying this Virgo new moon's like your new favorite thing. So you really are meant to be like joyous, happy. So there's that. That's cool. But also on Monday, dark moon, 2055 PST, Mars and Gemini squares Neptune and Pisces from your eighth house. I'm always telling you guys, like, get tested, wrap it up, or do whatever is needed to be done. Be very insistent and stringent and pushy about that, because this has like STD, fungal in something like written all over it. These are sexual houses. Mars is pushy enough. So it's either someone else is pushy or you want it and you're pushing for it. And the Pisces, porous boundary, Neptune. So you want to be very, if it's you, you might feel these feelings bubbling up of like jealousy, or like there might be something might happen. Like, hey, like there could be I don't want to say too much more for like general, but like just like there really could be something going on where you be like very like alert, you know, keep your wits about you. But on the other hand, you know, some Scorps are either like, actually like all the Scorps, most of the Scorps I know are like monastic. So if it's nothing sexual like that, then or they get into relationships that there's nothing happening. But that Mars, what it could do, what you can use this for, if you've been doing the hard work over this summer and you had some, you know, you let go of, you offloaded some of the baggage and you took, you know, some of that pressure off yourself and you let go of some ideas and you read, this is so primed to like see and identify the programs, the disempowering programs, ruminations, you know, all that stuff. And then Mars and Jupiter, Edward Scissorhanding it right out of your life. And so you could need to do something to defend and protect your heart, your joy, your sexual partner, your romantic partner. You could even break up with someone to go be with somebody else. Cross watchers, Scorpio could cut their tie with you. I'm just kidding. But Scorpio, yeah, you could be cutting your tie with somebody, like something that you're sharing with them. Like, I'm moving out. Here's your car back. You know, you could be like separating your stuff and, but to defend and go be with and protect, you know, what your heart really wants, what you really love, what you really want. Don't be psycho. You could be, you know, just don't be psycho, don't be crazy. All right, then life moves on. Wednesday, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we've got like Moon, Venus, Libra, South Node, 12th house. Right behind you, secret sorrow, self-undoing. And so something's going to come up, maybe with women or about women. This could be mom, this could be, you know, that feminine energy. And you're going to be tasked with letting it go, whatever the issue is, about yourself, about your feminine energy, or something with other people. It could even be meeting with someone sort of like behind the scenes. But the relational issue that's coming up, and it could be in any area of life, but for you and your subconscious is coming up for you, it could be difficult. And you're going to be tasked with like, all right, I'm either going to nip this in the bud, I'm going to cut this off at the legs right here and now, or I'm really just going to feel like this like forever. So here's some clues. You know, Venus was over the South Node in Libra, November 29th, 2023. So you're going to bring this into balance or you're going to let it go. What did you do back then? You either let it go and you've been a year free of this and you're feeling amazing, or you didn't let it go and you're exactly where you were, feeling crunchy about something and there's some issue that's still there from like last year. So we do what we can when we're cleaning and purging. So if you didn't get it all last year, you're getting more this year. Another opportunity is coming around. And if you did clean out stuff last year, then what comes up, you're going to recognize it immediately, and it's going to be easier for you to release and let it go. That's how it goes. Big vibe shift on Wednesday when Mars moves into Cancer. So there's going to be a long retrograde. We'll talk about it later, but this is giving you the soapbox and making you may need to be preachy. You may need to, you know, defend some of your ideas and ideals and ethics and morals. This can also be aggression from a foreigner, or maybe you're fighting with your teachers, gurus, guides. Maybe you are the guru guide and you are like crusading for something. But it's gonna, we'll come back to that, but just see what kind of comes up around those themes this week. Then the end of the week, you've got the Yas, you've got the last Mercury-Uranus square. So Mercury in Leo squaring Uranus and Taurus. This has just been like this whole summer, like one surprise like after another. It's just been very like, for you, probably like, am I here? Am I there? Am I with you? Am I with them? Are we doing this? Is this, you know, it's probably just been a lot like that. Like, you know, just very, probably frustrating, like just not knowing where you stand or not getting to be where you want to stand, or, you know, anything like that. This is the last adjustment though. This is the last kind of little curveball from somebody else, especially in the career space. It could be you if you have made up your mind about your career or your reputation or your spouse or a partnership or a professional collaborator. And, you know, things could break open and then peak Friday. So expect some surprises. And then the Yod, let me see. Okay, so this is important for you. So the Yod on Friday is the moon in Libra at the apex. squaring Pluto in Capricorn, your third house. And they are, and the apex moon is with Uranus and Neptune in your seventh house and the fifth house. Wow. Everything's really coming down to this feminine issue for you. This is like, this has something to do with like dating and something about you're trying to stabilize your dating life. You're trying to get serious with someone. You're trying to make more time for something. You're trying to take care of the kids. But the partners really, other people are very unreliable. They're changing it up all the time. Your reputation this summer, you've been sort of rethinking things or trying to rework things and maybe having to backpedal or overcompensate, or something could have been off with how you're speaking and how you're communicating could have been visibly difficult for you. And so is this how you feel about yourself as a feminine? Is it a woman that you can't get a grasp on? Like, this would be someone behind the scenes. This would be someone that for some, you're not like directly talking to this person. Is it a woman involved and you are trying to like figure something out? You know, but there's something that comes down anyway. Moral story, something comes down on Friday and it's very fated, very destined for you to work this issue out. So you should know that, like, this is almost like you tried to run and escape this situation or this person or this idea or this perspective or this uncomfortable feeling, uncomfortable thought, and you can't escape it. And here you are, you know, that's just what that is. So there's that. Yeah. The answer is to release and let it go. I would say, I'm not going to say. You're going to do it. You're going to be great. Okay. Then Saturday, the 7th, the sun opposes Neptune. The sun opposes Saturn in Pisces. So this is when you're going to be able to concretize something. You're going to be able to firm up something. Is this a friend? Is it a love relationship? And it could be a little bit like you're firming up a friendship, but that friendship is with a really hot person and you have to overcome an insecurity that this hot person is going to go for your friend because you love this friend. And but you need that friend to stabilize someone you're in love with or someone that you're dating. Maybe it's their friend. Maybe it's the hot friend's friend. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's something like I see and feel some kind of like puzzle happening here. But anyway, opportunity came last week of August that could have brought in like a female woman friend or feminine empowerment, like energy through like social media or something. But anyway, so the sun is going to provide something pretty concrete to either stabilize maybe friendships or to help you with your creative passion projects, help you with children, or to help your dating life. Or this might be a little bit of a downer if you have to be a little bit more realistic about the future of a creative project, the future of like a business or a partnership or, you know, something like that. And then Sunday's Yod, it's 29 degrees of Leo. That's another one important for you because it's the top of your chart. And that one is with Pluto and Neptune. You are really working this out, Scorpio, this week. You know what? There was this Scorpio. She was so fucking cool until she wasn't, that I met with the marketing stuff. She went full Scorpio psychotic. because of a fucking guy that I was just getting along with, and he was just getting along with me, and it was really fucking nice. And she just like, she was digging her claws, and oh my God, we went out of, oh my God, it was this whole fucking thing. And like, it was just like, and she ended up sleeping with him later. Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like it never happened for her. Like, and I wasn't like, oh my God, and she was fucking with me. Oh my God, it was just like a nightmare. So you're like really, so something's being worked out with this feminine energy, with this woman, with this person, with this like thing, you know? And honestly, I won't even go there. No, nope, I won't. Hello, Sagittarius, sun signs, moon signs, and rising signs. Welcome, willkommen to your week ahead. Very interesting for you guys. You guys are, you know, having this week is your new favorite little thing. Interesting in your career space, your reputation, the legacy you leave behind. And you get to decide like how this is going to go. It's very exciting because with the oppositions to the Pisces areas, we've been talking about this already, you and I, about stabilizing your emotional seat of security. And you're doing great. Like it's going to be very powerful. Like the next 2 years is going to be like enough to last a lifetime for you. But here we are right now in this week ahead. So over this weekend, you guys are getting this like Friday. And so take the weekend to draw inspiration. You're psychologically letting go of the mishigas of August and July to mid-July. It's been for everybody. So let yourself relax, psychologically release. You might actually be doing a working weekend. So take breaks, take a lot of breaks. Anyone that's got to work this weekend on a dark moon, take a lot of breaks, drink a lot of water, and feel it out. You know, what would you like to be known for? Specifically, your message. This would be a great time for you to work on your message, your messaging, and pay attention to feedback of other people. Not like you have to take it personally or care or change anything, but just for you to know how you are impressing upon others. You don't have to care, but just to know, because you might care. You might care later. And so, you know, this is that. This is like maybe a new voice, a new way to be seen, a new image, a new reputation, or you know, slap a new coat of paint on it too. Then later that evening on Monday, 2055, Mars in Gemini in your 7th house squares Neptune in Pisces. That's kind of interesting. Someone else, okay, in August, there was probably some relationship drama for you in August, mid-August. This is an energy, it could start as early as Friday and go through the weekend, and or even like Thursday or Friday and going into the weekend. But someone else, another person, you could be perceiving them like forceful or pushy or attacking you or like criticizing you or having some words for you, you know, and it's either a family member, a woman in the family, someone that triggers your subconscious mother wound issues, triggers your subconscious woman issues, insecurity issues. But this person or whatever said could strike you emotionally, and you may feel you're going to either go one or two ways. You're going to get shouty and you're going to be defensive and you're going to fight and you're going to rah, 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 rah. Or you're going to be able to see that this person is protecting themselves against you. And so it's like Jupiter is protecting the other person, first of all. So it's like if you do like a service client-based business, Jupiter could bring you lots of clients. Maybe Mars is bringing some aggressive clients. And you know, you're a Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, so you're not really gonna like take any shit, right? You know, so you know, maybe there's some aggression, maybe there's people fighting about, I don't know, refunds or whatever. But with Jupiter there to protect that other person, maybe they're just going to bark super loud and you just do it and get them like out of your like energy field. Or maybe someone is doing something like just to, how would I put this? It depends. Honestly, it might be a little bit of both. You could have people like messing with you. And here's what I'll say. Okay. If people are just messing with you, watch, because karma's going to fuck them up. So it's like, it's not really going to, like, that Jupiter is protecting them, but it's also protecting you. So I would say there should have been some blessed endings in August with the relationship dynamics or relationships. And hopefully the humbling of August, I don't know if I talked about the Leo new moon, or I know I was talking about Leo something, and I'm like, listen, everybody, we all need to just like, we're all in this together here, you know? So this square to Neptune, if they have a point, they may be a little bit more cosmically protected, and you may get like a sense of that, or you may sort of like, if I would say, even if it's like stinging to like listen, because this Neptune in the fourth house, it's just so, I have trouble with Neptune. Okay. Every psychic has trouble with Neptune. Listen, we're not raised in a society or culture or whatever, families and schools and things that like, no, there's no support. There's no support for that. People are just starting to support like mental health and emotional intelligence and like, you know what I'm saying? So being very sensitive or being psychic growing up, you think you're fucking insane and crazy and like delusional. And so you've got to develop the mind, the mentality, and educate yourself and be self-aware. And you know what I'm saying? So it's like, you could have been, since what is it, 2010, 2011, or 2012, for you could have been very emotionally confused. And it's like the same fucking thing. You could experience it the same way as like a spiritual psychosis, except you're not getting any like communication from dead people or like seeing images of war and like, you know, or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not like that. You're maybe like an emotional psychosis. So you could be like, that's what I'm just gonna say, like, to be, you know, the other person, I'm looking at this through your perspective. It's subjective. Is the other person trying to attack you? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe they're defending themselves. You know what I'm saying? So for whatever that's worth, that's what that is. And Neptune being at the very end of Pisces here, you got to reach deep and be compassionate to yourself, and then you'll be able to be compassionate to other people. That's when you've overcome your self-pity. It's the beginning of compassion for other people. So there could be also an ally or a best friend or like somebody that is trying to help you in this way, but like they're trying to help you, but you might perceive it as an attack. You know, so you could be sort of confused, emotionally confused, and they're just, they're either, you're like, oh, you're being pushy, or you might say, oh, you're being this, but they're just, in their mind, in their perspective, they're just giving you information. Mars and Gemini, they're just telling me something, you know? So keep an eye on that early in the week. Then there's a vibe shift on Wednesday when Mars moves into Cancer. This is going to be like a thing. You're going to have to, it could be a very frustrating like winter going into next year for you guys. Like that's going to be like the long Mars retrograde. It's like in your 8th house to the 9th house. There could be something really, so see what starts middle of this week for you when it comes to hard feelings. that Mars going into your 8th house says that you've got to sever unhealthy connections, not just to people, but also to like food, working out, you know, parts of life. But Mars is trying to cut out like baggage and help you like lighten the load. But it can also stir up lots of conflict and lots of fighting about, I'm supposed to do that, you're not supposed to do that. And like, you know what I'm saying? Like fights and over like responsibilities and duties and who's in charge of what and like that kind of drama, especially like in any like partnership, you and a spouse, you and a business partner. So, and that could last for months. So that's why I'm saying, like, start with you're hearing people out and not caring about it. And then I'm trying to get you to care about it after you like settle down and stop taking it personally so that you can like work it. Cause you're meant to rework relationships for like a very long time. So, but it starts like as early as this week. Also, middle of the week, the Libra, Venus, South Node stuff is your 11th house. So you have some unhealthy dynamics when it comes to friendships with women or how you see women or how you, I don't know, relate to them, or maybe you're just insecure, or maybe you're just like, I don't know, but it's something, you know what it is. But it's coming up. Did you get rid of it November the 29th of 2023? Did you get rid of that friend, or did something happen? Was there something with social media? Was there something, some hard, crunchy feeling came up for you? And, or maybe you were hurt by a friend. Maybe maybe it was like an evil Libra girl or something. I'm kidding. So anyway, it's coming back up. And you'll have the chance to say, like, I can't do this anymore. I can't. Maybe it's parasocial. Maybe it's superficial. Maybe it's going along to get along, or maybe it's staying friends in a friend group that doesn't resonate anymore. I mean, are you gonna, you get to decide if it's coming up again, and you're gonna decide, I'm gonna stay right here, and I'm gonna still feel like this, or you're gonna say, I'm going to make a different choice. I'm going to do something different. I'm letting this go. I'm dropping this issue. And it's like, it could also be something that somebody else is doing too. It's that you're learning from. In which case you've attracted that person into your experience to learn through them, and them to you for whatever you're trying to teach them on the subconscious level. So then the end of the week, like Friday, we have the last Mercury Uranus square and the 𝚘𝚘. So the first one is Friday, with the apex being the Libra moon with Uranus and Neptune. Uranus and Neptune for, there could be something going on working from home that could be very helpful. Like women could be very helpful to you. Here's what's interesting. If that criticism, I'm betting this so much, I wonder if that criticism, or if you're feeling like attacked or affronted, or I bet you're going to feel like that if it comes from a woman or some, I don't know, editor, a magazine person, a blogger, like, you know what I'm saying? But a woman blogger, a woman on X, on Twitter, on fucking whatever, there could be a trigger forming here where maybe it's just because it's stimulating like a feminine issue that you don't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to hear that from you or someone like you. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe it's something that it could be like that. Okay. Anyway, Saturday, the sun opposes Saturn, and you have an awareness. There could have been something coming through, an opportunity the last week of August that was kind of inspiring. Maybe a woman in the workplace, or taking a leadership role, leadership position. You're getting a new boss and it's a woman, or you're changing offices and it's like more feminine dominated, and like, there could have been something. If that was the case, it's going to show you more more detail, more information, and you're going to have to be like, I feel like you're going to have to be very mature with your feelings. I see you sort of like restrained. Like, I mean, still be like funny and happy and joyous and stuff, but I do see that you need to do something. You need to show up more like professional, profesh, profesh. Or maybe you're just adding some new stuff to your, you know, like career goals. Like this is your project, so just like have fun with it. So it's going to be something you want. It's going to be something you like. It's going to be something that's furthering your goals of launching a home-based business, working from home, or you know, the family, the home, the house, the actual physical house. So it looks like there could be some kind of like more information coming through that helps. And I would also say like your superiors, like you are sort of like, you had to rework that relationship last year, last summer, and then again this summer. Like I would just, if you work in that kind of environment, if you work in that hierarchical structure more so like that, if, you know what I'm saying? Like if you do have like a definite boss, or if, you know, if this isn't so much if you're working for yourself, if you work for yourself, or there's a little bit more, you know, room for controlling your own stuff, then it's more you-shaped and it's more you focused. But if this is in a, like a structured environment, there's departments, there's you know, little offices and cubicles and shit like that, then yeah, you need to be, you got to be PC. You can't make dirty jokes. You can't stare at women. You can't gaslight guys. You can't I'm trying to think of like toxic feminine examples and toxic masculine examples, both of them. But anyway, you just can't pull that shit at the workplace. So anyway, I wouldn't, I know I'm like laboring it, but like it's, you're going to be fine. Then the last yacht is Sunday, with the apex being Mercury in Leo in the 9th. Pluto and Neptune. Pluto and Neptune. Your values, again, your emotional seat of security, your money, and all the pressure comes down on your integrity, your ethics, your morals, your philosophy. Can you do the right thing? Can you say the right thing? Can you, yeah. It's also, if there's a foreigner, teacher, guru, guide involved, it may come on down to them to say something, and you may be waiting to hear back the results, especially if it's like a test or something. Have a great week, Saggies. I love you guys. Thank you again for taking up the Sagittarius mantle of consciousness. I appreciate you. Capricorn, I overworked. I've been making this video all day, and I shouldn't have taken a break, because then you recharge and you come back and you do like so much more. So Capricorns, it's about to get busy. The new moon for us is in our 9th house of foreign lands, travel, broadening, mind expanding experiences, teachers, gurus, guides, mentors, publishing, marketing endeavors. And we get to write our story. It's Virgo, it's mercurial, it's the writer, it's writing, it's thinking, it's planning. So that's exciting. Opposes Saturn in the 3rd house. And so we need that. We need that there. We need the teacher. We need the guru. We need the guide. We need to travel. We need the foreigner in order to grow and mature mentally, psychologically, and communications, writing and speaking, or yeah, maturing the mind. We need that experience, or we need that something different, something we don't know, we've never seen before. Learning from someone. For some Capricorns, that might be you. You might be the one to share a message. And in you sharing the message, you have to be very responsible with what you're saying, and very intentional with the choices of your words, of the specific words that you're using. And so you could feel very restricted and tightened to speak and or write and or publish anything communications very responsibly. So fun. It's fun. It will be fine. And then later that day on Monday, we have Mars in Gemini squaring Neptune in Pisces. So Mars in the 6th house squaring Neptune in the 3rd. Honestly, this is, okay, so over the weekend, marinate and really just like feel out what you may sense it. You may sense that there's like an upcoming experience that's going to teach you something about life. And that's all it's supposed to do. These eclipses, the eclipse is changing over. That's all it's supposed to do is give us new information to help us dump out pre-existing life philosophies and beliefs. So it's going to get really trippy for Cap. It's going to get super surreal. But it's what we signed up for. Here we are, on the growth experience train. So later that night on Monday, Mars squares Neptune, and there could be an issue with staff, managers, immediate supervisors, co-workers, employees, people that are of service to you, people that are supposed to be working for you. And this is an interesting place to have this energy. There could be someone that is, like if you work in an office, there could absolutely be someone that is slandering you, gossiping about you, or criticizing you, putting a bad word out on you, or otherwise trying to, do something, right? On another level, it could just be health, where you're trying to get to the bottom of something and you're trying to figure something out, but it depends on how you're going about it, to be honest. And it might even depend on like, the doctors and like how that relationship has been throughout the summer, if that applies. You could also need to act over the weekend, coming into the beginning of the week. You may be working furiously. You may be burning the midnight oil on something in order to protect or to defend some kind of position or perspective or a project that you have written or produced or created. So you could be sort of working hard to bring that, to protect it. This can also be that you're working with another person together on something, but they're sort of helping you with it, but it could still be something that's like happening. Then middle of the week, we have the Venus, Libra, South Node, Moon stuff in the top of the chart in the career. What was going on November 29th to, I was going to say 2023. And so that's the last time that Venus did it. And there was something in the career that was like, do I really want to do this? It's not really like, it's something like, there's no like long-termness here, but we were tasked with like, I don't want to disappoint. I don't want to, so I'm just going to do it anyway. I'm just going to, could be something like that. Or it could be a woman or a person. I just realized I talked about her because she's a Scorpio rising in the Scorpio part of this week, but she's a Capricorn moon. I was on a trip with this marketing girl in November, at the end of November, because I looked this up in my chart. That's when I like lost her, like the goodwill between us, because I didn't even want to go because I was used to taking my own car and doing stuff. And, she called me up, she's like, oh, so-and-so's gonna drive. And I'm like, I like to drive. I don't like my car, so I had to really like, ooh, and I did. And it turns out that like, I like this guy. He's so fun and we get along so great. He's a Taurus. How fun is that? People lose their fucking minds. Actually, I'm gonna wait. So, sorry, Caps. You might lose a couple. You know, you might lose somebody. You might, but honestly, it's like there's something superficial. You know, she just wasn't. She wasn't being 100. She was like, I don't know, like, you know, like kind of like crazy and jealous and shit like that. And it was like, if I thought that I could just sort of like save it, I would have, but she was like, there was no helping her. So there, whatever, it doesn't have to be losing like a person, but it's going to be a feminine issue coming up. Like what's your issue? You know, so there's gonna be an issue coming up. What day is that? That's gonna be sometime during the middle of this week, some kind of feminine issue. And listen, we've got the option of like, are you gonna go on the road trip? Or are you gonna not go on the road trip? Like, what is it? What's the one? So you might be, but whatever is like the going along to get along, that's what you can do. That's what you cannot do. You cannot uphold relationships with superficiality in the professional sphere anymore. Like you can't do that. You cannot show up inauthentic in the career space. You cannot show up with the facade, with this like veneer of like perfection or something. That's just, or your reputation or your, you know, the business that you have. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like you just be like real, you know, be like great Libra energy. Anyway, so there's something that is like, it's changing. The part of our identity publicly is changing and it's very visible. So the public, everyone seeing, looking what we're doing, they're like, hey, Capricorn is like changing, you know? So it's like maybe your image, you know, logos and branding, it could be just as simple as that kind of stuff too. Or it could be as literal as literally losing a woman friend in the professional space, like it was for me last year. So there's that. The vibe shifts on Wednesday with Mars moving into Cancer in your 7th house. That'll be fun. That'll be so much fun for us. It's not gonna be any fun. We're gonna have to redo relationships and which people that we allow in and do boundaries and like the give and take and what we share with others. And you know what I'm saying? Like it's very much gonna be a fucking thing for like the winter. It's going to be, you might find that people are all fighting with you. You could be standing in line at the grocery store and you get the one irate person in line that, you know what I'm saying? Like you might just find that for months and months, like that other people are, okay, it's a couple things. They're either angry with you and they're criticizing you and they're having all these demands on you, or they could be pursuing you. And this could be very aggressive, pursuing you. So if you post on social media, if you do anything like that, this could be like a scary little spike, you know, like you know, there could be something, there could be something kind of like, you know, aggressive. So see what comes up over this week. See if you can see anything starting to form and take shape. The end of the week, we have Mercury square Uranus. It's the last one. So the entire summer, we've been redoing kind of something a little bit similar to this, like the bonds that we create and the boundaries that we put up. And not just with other people, but also just with the past, with baggage, with ruminations, with obsessions, with anything that can control us, anything that can possess our attention and just monopolize our life. And working through that this entire summer. Also a psychic house, also could have been psychic ability, also could have been finances and money that you share with other people, shared assets. And the last square, you know, all and how all this goes with who you're dating, sex, dating, romance. And this is the last little surprise. So this could be, I mean, it could be something like pregnancy, it doesn't have to be, but it could also just be knowing where the future of a romantic interest or prospect or someone you're dating is going to go after this one last big adjustment. It could be a little bit more like, oh, okay, here's all the information. Here's everything we need to know. And there's still like a doozy. This is the last little doozy. The apex is to Libra at the top of our charts with Uranus and Neptune. What we're saying, speaking, writing, communicating is so very important because it's working with our creative energy to change the career, to change the reputation. So this is, there could be a change in your reputation or in your image because of your children, because of who you're dating. People are going to see you differently, or what you're saying, or what you are creating. What is your passion? Interesting, fun, very fun. So that's pretty fateful. Then Saturday, the sun opposes Saturn, and we get to concretize things that we've been learning. Ooh, I know what I'm excited for. And we're going to be seeing some great results and being able to solidify, put some of this down. If you've been touring and doing lectures, maybe you put it all into a book, or you make little, like a set of something, you know what I'm saying? Like this could be packaging and repackaging communications and ideas and words, and for publishing, for marketing. But at the very basis, it's going to need to be our concept of life. Your integrity needs to be fully forward and shining as bright as possible. Your ethics, your morality. This can even be, it depends on what's going on. There's going to be, caps out there that are little degenerates for real, and they're going to be involved in some legal dispute or some shit like that, or a foreigner is suing them for something. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it could be so many different things. But if it's litigious, this is litigious, and if you're in litigation, about to be, maybe thinking about it, this could be something. This could be like where you retain your lawyer, or something like that. It doesn't have to be negative. This can also be contracts, negotiations, and anything related in that sense, that's like coming together or concretizing, or at the very least going through internally what you think is kind of like right and wrong, and what's good and bad, your morals, your ethics. You may feel pressure to communicate that. You may feel pressure to communicate. You may feel pressure to uphold the moral standard and communicate it. That's what it is. Then on Sunday, we have the last 𝚘 of the week. It's on Mercury at the end of Leo with Pluto and Neptune. That's us. So I love it. This is going to be a very turning point moment for us, where I feel like there's going to be so much that comes down to, honestly, I really hope you maxed out on the summer of rethinking everything, because something may come down to the wire, and look at it. It's like Sunday night. Yeah, it's 23:50 Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, the 8th of September. You got to say it with your chest. It could have even been that something, but the summer's Mercury retrograde was, how am I going to say it? How am I going to tell him? How am I going to tell her? Some of you didn't know, and you're trying to figure out, and now you do know. Some of you are, like, thought you knew, but then it was all thrown up in the air, and you're like, do I know? Do I not know? Do I really know? Am I crazy? And now you know. You know what I'm saying? So it could be like that trust that you have with yourself, and how how that determines how you're interacting with other people, and what you're sharing with them, and what you're able to pick up on. That's not like a projection of your, you know what I'm saying? Like all the little bear traps and subconscious traps and stuff. So it'll be pretty fateful, pretty fated at the end of the week. Then Mercury goes back into Virgo, and they haven't been there since July the 26th. Oh my God. We're so much better organized. We're ready to tackle anything. Have a wonderful week, my Capricorn brothers and sisters. Aquarius, sun signs, moon signs, and rising signs, welcome willkommen to your week ahead. Okay, my loves. So you have the new moon in the 8th house, very, very deep. One of the psychic houses, very, very deep. Take the weekend to just chill, relax, and like do anything that makes you feel good, because we're about, I'm an Aquarian moon. We're about to do some like heavy cosmic lifting with a new moon, and then these eclipses being on these axes. So essentially, get something here. Yeah. Okay. So you have, as you come into the week, the new moon here, you're going to have your new favorite thing. And for you, it's going to, you want to center this towards quality bonds, quality boundaries, letting go and releasing baggage, releasing fears. And look at the last week of August. There could have been an opportunity or a breakthrough, releasing a fear, releasing a stress or a worry. And this new moon is kicking it off officially. Sun opposing Saturn. You're going to need to, well, you're going to get an opportunity, but you do need to firm up some kind of, you need to stabilize something with somebody else in order to get paid or to make money, or you need to resolve something, heal something with somebody else in order to feel good about yourself, in order to have healthy self-esteem. You know, there's something there, and it could be with your own baggage and traumas that you're releasing and the fears you're letting go of, or anything that's like controlling you. It could have to do with other people and what you share with them. Could be also relationships with, banks and any like lending institutions. Later that night, 2055, Mars in Gemini squares Neptune in Pisces. From your 5th house to our 2nd house. So there's lots of options. We get lots of options, but this Mars may have either us needing to protect money, like our finance, like a revenue stream, or that we are trying to protect, not the wages, like compensation for a creative sale or the sale of a creative passion project, or your vision of it, or your rendition of it. And, you know, 2nd house is also the voice. So it could also be that somebody else is Mars from your 5th house, someone you're dating, crushing on, and someone may step forward to like try to get your attention in like a big way to protect, you know, to sort of like maybe get more time with you, or, you know, something like that. Just be careful of anyone or anything, even yourself. Like if you want to overspend, you want to be careful. You want to be careful of like just having too much of a good time and going too far and spending too much money. And if you have kids, your kid could do something that you feel is deceptive. You might feel like there's something deceptive going on, and you might be kind of upset about that. So, I mean, I guess it could actually also be the romantic crush person. You could feel like they are deceptive or were deceptive, or that there's something going on there. Okay, weird. Anyway, that's Mars square Neptune. Just be careful, be very, very careful. This can also be very, how would I put this? I'm going to hold off on that. I know what I'm going to talk about. Okay. Later. Okay. So during the week, you have the Libra stuff with Venus and the South Node and the moon in the 9th house. So that's so funny. Think back to November 29th, 2023. that was the last time Venus was here. And I was out of town on a business trip, and the guy that was driving us, he's a Taurus sun and a moon in Aquarius like me. So we got along really well. But I think we both experienced this together when we saw crazy psycho Scorpio girl get super like crazy trying to like be with him and like edge me out of everything. And like it was nightmarish. It was super nightmarish. And I think we both, I think she was Venus to us in that scenario from the Aquarius rising position, because it was like our belief about her was like shattered. Like we thought she was like so cool and great. And then we just saw how insecure she was. And like, I even told her, like, bro, you're so much cooler. Just, you know what I mean? So you could have seen someone differently, or someone that you learned from, a teacher, guru, guide, mentor. Someone is, you see them differently, maybe less than, maybe not, maybe just differently. But your own like ideas about life in the world and ethics are going through like, there's something that's like just not good for you to believe or healthy for you to believe. It's holding you back, and it's time to let that go. You don't have to, you can hold on to it, but it's not going to serve you like at all. And let me see. Yeah, it was more like my belief about her. Not all women or anything, but just like just hers. Um, so so there's that. But if I continued to believe what I wanted to believe about her, that she's just this great everything, that could have harmed me. You know, it could do harm forcing a belief about someone or something that's not what they're showing you. And yeah, she got so much worse after that trip. So yeah, there's that middle of the week vibe shift on Wednesday. Mars enters Cancer. Let's see. Damn. So there's going to be a man, we're going to be working. It's going to be so much work. Really working hard. Mars in the sixth house is like, but I feel like this is work that you love to do. Like if you love exertion, I'll probably get into working out. But that this would be the time to do it, to be honest, is to get into that. But it could also be that you're physically laboring like a lot. Like it's really, really hard work, and it's going to be hard for a while, and it's going to affect relationships. So make sure that the sacrifice that you're doing is worth it. This can also be if you have agents, managers, immediate supervisors, coworkers, that they are more rebellious, or they're more like warrior, like they may be going to bats for something too. But just be careful of injuries, especially injuries working out, that kind of thing. See what this week shows you. Then near the end of the week, Friday, we have Mercury's last square to Uranus and Taurus. Mercury and Taurus have been doing this dance, making a little love, getting down all the nights in the summer of 2024. And this is the last one where you finally will know more where you stand on a living situation with another person, with a partner, with a spouse, with any one person, a best friend, a roommate. And it's going to shock you. It's going to be one more loop-de-loop. Something someone else says could shake you internally or shake you emotionally. So that's going to be something. It could be the public, it could be other people, it could be anyone like out that you even see in public, but there's that. And then we've got the apex with the focal point, the apex of the Libra stuff. Moon in Libra, squaring Pluto on Capricorn, and with Uranus and Neptune there looks to be a very fated moment. When is that? Like Friday, end of day, fated moment that comes down to a guru, guide, mentor, foreigner, a litigious decision or situation, or your ethics and morals and beliefs. And that's going to come down to the strength of your character and your values, and your emotional seat of security. And that'll be very interesting. I don't know if you're making a judgment and you're saying something, or if you're getting some kind of judgment, you're getting something coming in. Interesting though. Saturday, the sun opposes Saturn proper. And that's when there should be an opportunity to see the awareness, to have a greater awareness of something that was maybe revealing itself to you the last week of August. And then with the sun, something somebody else has comes up and comes through, and they're sharing it with you. And you got to make the commitment, because you need the thing in order to stabilize your finances, or, something financial, or feeling, maybe you need them to say something or do something or write something, or, maybe someone needs to apologize. I don't know, whatever your apology language is, whatever it is, in order to help support and stabilize your healthy self-esteem. Because with that second house, Pisces with Saturn, it's saying like, no, we cannot accept, below standard stuff. We have to make people come correct, because if we feel bad for them and we don't make them prove themselves to earn something of us that we have a value on, that's precious to share, then we're not going to feel good about ourselves, and we betray our own boundaries, and that makes the self-esteem go lower and lower and lower. And then you just let more bad things happen. And then your self-esteem is so shot that you don't even try anymore. And people, like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, you need to uphold that boundary of your values, of your self-worth, whether that's, compensation or dynamics in work relationships, and you know what I'm saying? Like all that kind of stuff. So be mature, be very, very mature. Yeah, let me see. And then Sunday, Mercury moves into a Virgo in the 8th house, and they weren't there since July the 26th. So if you thought that you were going to share with someone in a certain way end of July, or that a dynamic was going to be a certain way, the whole summer showed you it's not going to be that. And this now is getting you closer to like what it's actually going to be, the end of the first week of September. But it's not fun if I tell you that in July, is it? Okay, maybe it is. I don't know. Tell me. Okay, Aquas, love you to pieces. My alien brothers and sisters, have a great week. Then the Pisces. No grand finale for you, you shady, shady, shady people. I'm kidding, not really. I'm just saying, you guys have a new moon in Virgo in your 7th house. You guys are going to have the eclipses rolling through you like now, like we're in eclipse season. So you guys are going to have the full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces in your sign this month in the middle of September. So you're going to listen up. If you've never tuned into astrology before, you're going to start to after September the 17th, because you're going to be like, what's going on? Reality isn't even reality anymore. Like, it's going to be a little topsy-turvy. So you guys have the new moon in your 7th. It's relationships, opposing Saturn, being serious, being mature, honest, forthright, accountable, all the things you resent, all the things that you slip your slippery little body out of. And that's why it's been uncomfortable and difficult for you. It will continue to be uncomfortable and difficult for. So over this weekend, you want to really meditate on relationships, all of them, your whole life. Just get a nice big picture view of the people, what all of their side of the street, what they were thinking and speaking and feeling and doing, what they didn't say or do, and how you reacted, things you said, and like, you know, family, work, career, partners, love, sex, all of that stuff. And you just like meditate, you relax, you're psychologically releasing all of August, and you're getting ready for the new moon in Virgo, in your seventh house of partnerships. So on Monday, the new moon hits, and there could be, you could be tired for sure. So it's a good day to like just take it really easy on yourself that Monday. Later that night, 20:55 Pacific Standard Time, Mars and Gemini will square Neptune in your sign. That could feel like a family member or a roommate is attacking you. I would be very careful there. Or yeah, family member, somebody, there could be criticism, there could be really fighting words there. And squaring Neptune, there is like, they could be trying to, they could be asking you for something and you could just like evade them. You could just like disappear. This is, if you're doing it, if you're Mars, then you are trying to, you're really hungry for some exciting emotional experiences through the mind, through what you're learning and thinking about and talking to people about, that's helping to disabuse you of an illusion you have about yourself. You're looking at yourself differently because of all this and because of the emotional reactions and the emotional changes that are, you're feeling new different feelings, you're having new different insights, you're realizing new things. It's changing you on the core level here. It's growing you up. It's removing the illusions about yourself or how you saw the world or other people, yourself in relationships, all of that. So it could make you like a spiritual warrior though, for something. You would be very compelled emotionally, and you would have to have like the spiritual faith, like to really believe in like doing the right things and living like, it's a lifestyle and living life like that. The middle of the week, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we have like the Venus, South Node, Libra, Moon stuff in your 8th house. What was going on November 29th, 2023? Because you could have felt like the loss of a woman or woman attention, feminine attention, or a woman could have left you, broken up with you, and, you know, womp, womp, womp. So it's coming up again. There's like an issue there though. Like, you know, some kind of issue, maybe a sexual issue, maybe a sharing issue, money issue with you and a woman. And so it came up the end of November and it's coming up again at this time. And you're going to have to decide, are you going to tell them no once and for all and like complete the progress and grow? Or you could feel like, I just can't say no, and I'm just going to keep giving them money the rest of my life, and I'm just going to finance their life forever and ever and ever, because I can't have a 10-minute conversation and just tell them no. You know, it could be something like, it'll be something like that, if anything. So there's that. But the vibe shifts on Wednesday when Mars moves into Cancer in your 5th house. That could be that you're trying to conceive, you're trying for babies. But this is going to be a retrograde. Mars in retrograde is going to be with Leo. It's going to be a thing. And so these are going to be very frustrated energies where you're having trouble conceiving, or you're not getting enough sex in your sex life, or dating is weird, or you're not getting what you want, or you're not happy, or you're trying to be happy, you're trying to be pleased and happy, and it's not working, nothing's working, and you're like trying to, nothing's comfortable, your favorite couch isn't comfortable anymore. Like, you know, it's like you're trying to have fun, you know, but you could be also like blitzing out, like dulling, you know, a little bit, or the alcohol, be careful of that, of course. And so we'll dig in deeper later, but just see what comes up this week. Just see what comes up. The last Mercury Uranus square from the 6th to the 3rd, that's going to be one last surprise revelation from your coworkers, managers, immediate supervisors, or someone in the office, or an agent, manager, someone that works for you, or, you know, an employee, or a health issue could finally it took you all summer to figure it out, and this is, it's been this, no, it's that, now it's this, now it's this, and then so now you can finally maybe get some clarity, but after one last little surprise. The moon squares Pluto on the 12th. That looks so crunchy. There could be something very psychologically difficult with a woman, and you could have like a power struggle with a woman, especially if she's like wanting things from you and asking things from you. So be careful there. Let's see. Friday, the Yod has Venus at the apex with Uranus and Neptune. You have to tell her. You have to say it. You have to do it, bro. Like, seriously. You're like you're on the line, bro. You got to do it. You have to, it's all going to come down to that. It's all going to come down to the, like, are you going to let this continue on and on? Where's the line? Where's the boundary? And you're going to be able to do it though. You're going to be able to like say like, no, I'm not sharing this. I'm not paying for this. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. So I wouldn't be concerned or afraid of losing any kind of support, because that's the point for you. With the nodes finishing up, you're supposed to be having less equity, less loan, less dependency, less support to build up your own money, your educational, your financial literacy, your labor income, your own, you're supposed to be focusing on that. So it's okay to, I wouldn't feel like it's like any big major super loss or anything, because it doesn't look like they're equal. It looks like you're maybe giving more. That's all. I'm always such an advocate for men, and I feel like that could have been such a trigger in the marketing thing when she freaking turned on me, because I'm just like naturally very wanting to be aware of toxic masculinity and toxic femininity. So I feel like I just want to empower you to stand up against toxic femininity if you need to this week, because it's just as wrong. It's just as bad as toxic masculinity. You have a right to be as egregious. You have a right to be just as insistent on men's rights. Then on Saturday, the sun will oppose Saturn from the 7th house to the 1st house. That's when you get to concretize something in a partnership, or make a deeper commitment to be in a relationship. Or for some of you, it could be breaking off a partnership, breaking off a connection, a relationship. And honestly, you can't screw around and find out. You have Saturn in your sign. Neptune is finishing up work they've done from 2011 until now. Something peaked for you bigly in like 2014, 15, 16, no. 2013, 14, 15 maybe. And this is like, you may see some of that this week, kind of coming back. So keep your eyes and ears peeled, but don't be afraid to advocate for yourself. The last Yod is on Sunday. The apex planet is Mercury in Leo with Pluto and Neptune. This could put a lot of pressure or breakages on the office or the health. Maybe a health thing here, but something with friends is happening too. Maybe like it's very faded. Whatever is happening at the end of the week, it's very faded. It's very much, these are like changes happening. You may even be changing your daily life, like what you're doing, who you're talking to every day. There's something happening there. Interesting. So Mercury is at the very last degree of Leo, so it's juiced up with like a full heart. A full heart. There could even be something going on. It might not even be you. It might be a coworker, manager, immediate supervisor, somebody else that is saying something, and it just like affects you like very bigly, and you hear about it, and it's affecting your relationship with your older sibling, or friends and allies and benefactors, and it's changing you. Like it could be a big thing. So it could even be that, you know, someone quits or something is going on with, you know, that it affects you. Then Mercury will move back into, Virgo. And they haven't been there since July the 26th. So if you thought relationships were going to go forward a certain way or with a certain person, this summer showed you not so fast. Now you're going to be able to be more excited about like your new thing, your new favorite thing. Love you, Pisces. Take very good care. And thank you for taking up the Pisces mantle of consciousness. Have a great week.